Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. It's Wednesday, September 18th, 2024 at 6 p.m. This is a regular meeting of the Pacific Grove City Council. I'll call the meeting to order and note that all members of council are present, and turn to Council Member McDonald.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I have one suggested minor change to the agenda, that we hear item 11B, that's the vacation of Sloat Avenue, immediately following the consent agenda. And then we'll go to the budget amendment. With that, a motion? Tim?
I'll move amended agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Right, now we're on to, I have one mayor's proclamation, and I'll read it. It's for Hispanic Heritage Month. And each year, federal, state, and local organizations, governments observe Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th, so it's mid-month to mid-month, by recognizing and celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. Whereas September 15th or thereabouts is a significant starting date for Latino Heritage Month, because it is the anniversary of independence for several Latin American countries: Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, as well as Mexico and Chile. Whereas Hispanics and Latinos are the largest ethnic group in Pacific Grove at 11% of the population, and make up the largest ethnic group in our city. Hispanics and Latinos have and continue to serve as civil rights leaders, educators, public servants, business owners, activists, artists, colleagues, friends, and much more in our community and across the world. And their values: service to others, nonviolence, acceptance of all people, respect for life and the environment, and celebrating community are also the city's values. Hispanics and Latinos continue to enrich our nation's character, shape our common future, and affirm the narrative of American unity and progress. Now, therefore, I, Bill Peak, Mayor of the City of Pacific Grove, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th Hispanic Heritage Month, and encourage all citizens to recognize the significance of Hispanic heritage and history in our nation and city. All right. With that, we'll move on to staff and council announcements. And our city attorney, Brian Pierik, is appearing remotely. Do you have any announcements, Mr. Pierik?
I have no announcements tonight, Mayor.
And Mr. Mogensen?
I have no announcements either.
All right. And council, Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to briefly mention and bring it to everyone's attention that former council member Ron Schenk recently passed away. He served our community for many years, and there was a nice obit for him in the Pine Cone.
Councilmember Emilio.
I was just going to say this meeting, I'm glad Councilman Coletti brought that up. I was going to talk about that, but we should dedicate this meeting to Ron.
Let's do that. Any other announcements? Last night you may know that the PG Candidate Forum was held by the League of Women Voters and the Chamber of Commerce. And I've been told that the recording has been made and it will be available in the future on the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce website. And with that, we'll go to general public comment. Please come forward. Welcome. This is the time right there to the podium, please. And the light should be off when you speak.
Okay, so good afternoon. I was present yesterday at the forum that we had here, and I was energized, and I'm following your example because I am running for office. I am running for MPC Trustee Area 4. I am here to tell you about myself. When I was 11 years old in Nicaragua, where I was born and raised, my mother enrolled me in a bilingual school. And during my senior year, representatives from the American Embassy came to offer me a scholarship to study in the United States. I had to go through the application, test of English as a foreign language. That small act of my mother's was responsible for my being here in front of you today running as MPC trustee. So I went to school at University of Findlay and I graduated there. And at University of Findlay in Ohio, I found that there were not much Latinos enrolled in college. And with introspection and study, I've dedicated my life to education for all. In 1980, for family reasons, I moved to California and discovered the California community colleges. You can come in no matter your age, very little cost, no requirements. You can graduate, you can transfer, you can just get a technical education. And I thought, this is my home. I started as a part-timer, okay? And in 25 years, I was able to reach to the level of college president. What brought me to Monterey County in 1996 had now offered me the position of vice president for student services. After that came my presidency. However, I have established residency in Monterey County since 1996. In 2014, after retiring, my late husband and I moved to the peninsula. So I have resided in Pacific Grove in this area for 10 years. Currently, I am a member of the board of directors of 4 local nonprofits. That's the Library Friends and Foundation, the Blind Center, which is located in Laurel, the PG Rotary Club, where I have been a member of the board for quite a few years, and also my church, Unitarian Universalist of the Monterey Peninsula. I hope that when you read my qualifications, you find me as an attractive candidate. Because I'm a newbie to running for office, even though you have a brief and abridged version of my vita here, I don't have my my website, which is where you find out how you can contribute to my campaign. But I'm learning a day at a time. My website is celiabarberina.com. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a wonderful example of why we're celebrating Hispanic Month.
Yes.
Anyone else? If not, then virtual comment, please. All right, Mr. Gibbs, you want to go forward?
A little slow on the uptake there.
Mm.
Mike Gibbs, resident of Pacific Grove and member of the Economic Development Commission. I'm speaking on my own behalf. It was good to see everybody, I think, was there. City manager was there last night. It was a really interesting, oversold. Should have had a few more seats, I think. And just thinking about it today, I don't have any prepared comments, but somebody mentioned, I don't remember who it was, we had this discussion about, the housing element and how the state's forcing people to do this and that and other aspects that are infrastructure, and we have to meet certain goals and requirements. And it started to sound like, well, we have to fit in. And somebody made the comment, did anybody move to Pacific Grove to fit in? They came here because it's a little bit different. It's special. It's stands out. We're differentiated on the peninsula from other towns and cities. It's why I moved here, been coming here for 50 years and moved here full time 5-6 years ago. And I was fortunate enough to do a lot of consulting in my career with large companies who were in turnaround situations. That means they were near bankruptcy, going out of business, their division was failing, they weren't doing so good. And I was working for a pretty large corporation that was vertical. They did everything from mine the product to produce it to sell it and retail it. And they were having big troubles. And I'm sitting with the board of directors and the CEO of the company. It's a pretty large company. And we're trying to get them off the dime and move ahead because they were 125, 130-year-old company. And it was like, Mike, that's the way we've always done it. That's why we're doing it this. And I pointed out, well, the way you've always done it has led you to this point, which is you're almost out of business. And so I was kind of pushing them hard. And finally, one of the executives stood up and said, Mike, you have to understand we're no worse than anybody else. And I thought, wow, we've been looking for a tagline, a mission statement. And I said to these people, I said, that's it. We'll get stonemason will engrave that saying over the corporate headquarters entrance for everybody to see. We're no worse than everybody else. And I'm pretty sure it will inspire people, lead to higher rates of productivity that company will turn around. Well, that actually didn't do it. So when I go to meetings and this kind of thing, and I hear we have to be like Carmel or we have to be like other cities because the state forces us to do it. It just doesn't sit right because that's not what I think Pacific Grove is. I'm not saying fight back, get into large legal elements, but think real. Mayor, Pacific Grove is not like everybody else. We're special. And thank you for your service.
Do we have any virtual public comment?
We do. Anthony Ciani?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Pacific Grove is designed by its beauty, its majestic natural and recreational resources, the quality of life, and public opinion surveys such as the one in the Shoreline Management Plan support the concept and ideas to protect and preserve the natural and recreational resources of Pacific Grove. It's time for Pacific Grove to separate park and recreational needs from public works. I'm going to repeat that. It's time for Pacific Grove to have a park and recreation department and to allow the public works department to take care of the important infrastructure needs. There is a conflict that exists, a competition that exists between the needs of the public works department to carry out capital works projects and the need for the community to protect, to preserve and restore its natural resources. Those come together in a way that is difficult to resolve. It's difficult for the public works director and his staff to resolve a lot of those issues. And we're seeing enormous delays in accomplishing the recommendations of the Shoreline Management Plan and other general plan recommendations, local plan recommendations, the proactive things that need to be done to ensure that Pacific Grove retains its beauty and its majestic natural resources. I'm saying that because I hope in the next year, in your planning needs, you set out for the city to establish a park and recreation department, to look after the natural resources and the cultural resources, and allow the public works department to look after the infrastructure. Thank you.
No further hands, Mayor.
Okay, consent agenda. Anyone from council wishing to pull a consent agenda item? Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not looking to pull it. I just want to make a comment to our residents regarding the checkbook register. So I have requested from our city manager some water bills that I'd like to review because we were in a downward usage and it seems to be we're increasing again. So I don't want to pull it, but I just want the residents to know that I will be reviewing it. Thank you.
About a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to
Yes.
approve.
Mr. Mayor, I do have two hands
Oh, I'm
online.
sorry. That's right. Forgot.
Inga Lawrence and Dimer.
Thank you, Sandra. I'd like to pull 9C, the Cultural Resource and Tribal Monitoring Project. Thank you.
Thank you. Chiani.
Thank you. I also wanted to pull 9C.
Thank you.
Motion to approve consent
Second.
The five.
as modified, yes.
We have a second, first and a second,
Mhm.
Smith and Beck. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll go on to item 9C. Mr. Mogensen. Well, let's hear the public comments. First. Is anyone from the public here in chambers wishing to make a comment about item 9C? All right, let's go to our virtual.
Mr.
Public?
Chiani.
Thank you. I request that a council or planning commission subcommittee be formed to review the cultural resources protocol process and evaluate what work actually needs to be done. There is no question that significant revisions are needed. Presented to Planning Commission a year ago in September 2023. In 2020, CDD lacked a guiding document for archaeological and tribal resource protection as they undertook to carry out the city's certified LCP. The original contract with Rincon was for under $30,000 to include development of a protocol and review by both Planning Commission and City Council by September 2021. CDD had seen it, but the contract was amended in November 2021 to extend it through June 2022. In early 2023, staff told me they couldn't get a response about the status from Public Works. When the long delay was brought to council's attention by the public in February 2023, the Public Works Director said staff had, quote, dropped the project for several months to work on other projects, but he would get on it. In April, the contract was amended again, extending it to December 2023 and increasing the contract amount to $36,000. In June 2023, Planning Commission was told that there were further delays due to CDD staffing changes requiring a, quote, final review to ensure implementability, but that new questions arose and a revised draft required further tribal consultation. Planning Commission asked for a red line version, but they were disregarded and finally received a flawed and inadequate draft protocol in September 2023. A presentation was heard around 10 p.m. and the commission continued the item to the following month for in-depth discussion, but eventually learned that the contract funds were used up. Now, 12 months later, you're being asked to approve an additional $40,000 for a total of $84,500, which Rincon can complete by the end of this year, but city staff needs until June 2025, and which will cost more. And additional unspecified revisions are listed in the scope of work. I believe this project has been mismanaged by Public Works long enough. They have repeatedly neglected required tribal monitoring and don't have their hearts in it. I believe a subcommittee is needed to facilitate a path forward. Thank you.
Inga Lawrence and Dimer.
Thank you.
Inga Lawrence and Dimer.
I unmuted Sandra. Why did you mute me again?
Sorry, your name
I will start again.
Thank you.
Staff's objectives and direction to the consultant to streamline the process into meaninglessness seems to be what has been happening for the last 4 years. This is not the direction of instituting true protections and tribal ancestor respect that should be the main focus of a more meaningful archaeological protocol. Throwing more money in that direction, the lesser protections, is not going to get us there. Please change staff direction to the consultant so that we finally offer some environmental justice for the indigenous ancestors. This is another example of public works falling down. Thank you very much.
Anthony Chiani.
Good evening. I'm supporting the comments of the previous speakers, but I want to emphasize, as a consultant who works on historic preservation and has for over 50 years, I have heard up and down the coast how valuable and important the cultural resources are in Pacific Grove. In particular, the ancestral and sacred resources of the indigenous peoples, the prehistoric and the historic American Indians. It is unconscionable that Pacific Grove has not properly, quickly, and promptly addressed the importance of protecting those resources. As Angus said, this is an example of where the Public Works Department's focus has not been on protecting the resources. They are just simply too busy trying to protect our infrastructure. Please, please, please take care of this and do it promptly within and by the end of the year. Thank you very much.
No further hands, Mayor.
Council discussion? Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've got a quick question for staff. So what are you anticipating? So we had a draft that went to the Planning Commission. I don't think any action was ever taken, but it was on the agenda, available for public review. What are you expecting the differences to be between that draft and then the draft that's going to get prepared per this proposal?
Councilmember Coletti, we're hoping to streamline the protocol. Currently, the protocol has a summary page, and I think that in and of itself indicates that it's pretty lengthy, pretty verbose, and pretty hard for the average person to understand who would be coming to the Community Development Department to submit for permitting. So what we're trying to do is balance both the need and the desire to protect cultural and archaeological resources with making a policy that's both implementable and easy for people to understand. So we're hoping to kind of streamline that, make the process a little bit easier, and have a little bit less back and forth between the property owners and the Community Development Department staff in the process of getting the permitting. So it really is trying to balance the needs of our community and the interest in protecting cultural resources and that of our tribes and their interests as well.
Okay. Thank you. You're not expecting to necessarily degrade the protections that may have existed in the previous draft? It sounds more like implementation so that it's more easy to implement the same protections.
Correct. So we're looking to kind of restructure it, remove some of the steps, but the overall intent is the same, to protect the cultural and archaeological resources, just making that a much more clear and concise process.
I think some of the anxiety is that it's been a while since we've seen this. And I guess I read the agreement, the proposed, the proposal from Rincon mentions that they should be finished by January 1st. Is there any possibility that draft could come to the Planning Commission just so that the public could become familiar with it as soon as possible? Or or maybe a release, something that we could get to the public so that they can have comments, a comment period as well.
Just to quickly clarify the updated version.
yes.
So that is yet to be drafted. Once we get the amendment number 3 executed following, if that's approved at this meeting, then we would work with the consultants to formally execute that agreement and then work on the updated protocol. And then we would promptly bring that to the public. When we did the original draft, we did release it for public review in advance of the planning commission meeting, just to give folks a little bit more time to review and submit their comments. And we would plan to do the same thing.
Okay, understood. I guess what I was trying to drive home was when that timeline might be. So they mentioned they should be finished by January 1st. Would that be a date that it could be released at or close to that date?
That would be our hope.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? I want to go back a little bit. On this particular effort was actually requested by the public or instigated because of a number of questions. And staff recognized that our protocols for ground disturbance could be clarified and improved upon for everybody, as Ms. Halby, you just explained. And so that was a staff initiative to take those public comments and bring a proposal to council, and council approved this work. Now, subsequently, there was change in personnel, multiple change in personnel, certainly outside the control of Public Works. And I want to thank you. This report, so it's taken a long time to get to this point, but your report was very clear and candid that there's things that happen that's outside the control of any one individual sitting doing the work and city staff. And sometimes people that don't see the work don't realize that, you know, stuff gets in the way of getting things accomplished. And appreciate, again, you're being candid and clear on the report. And I think it's a great effort, and I look forward to seeing the end result. I think it will improve its good governance for Pacific Grove, and I think that will benefit us all. So how about a motion?
Recommendation 1, Your Honor.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Right. Our next item is the item 11B. Mr. Mogensen, or we're just going to toss it over to Mr. Pyrrhic since it's his item.
Yeah, Mr. Pyrrhic is going to take us through a fairly detailed history of this project, but I just wanted to mention in the front here that the purpose of this item tonight is to discuss whether you want to go forward with a resolution that you're going to declare that we're going to come back with a public hearing, declare our intent to vacate the excess right of way and set a public hearing for October 16th. So that's really the purpose of this item, and it's also going to be accompanied by the first reading of an ordinance, which is required in our charter to transfer property. So with that, I'll transfer over to Mr. Pyrrhic, and he will take us through the history.
Thank you, Mr. Mogensen. Could I have the slide up? Thank you. All right. Mayor, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So this item, we have the proposed actions regarding the vacation of a portion of Sloat Avenue. Later in the slides, we'll see the legal description that will show where that portion of Sloat is. Okay, next slide, please. All right. So this slide is intended to provide an overview of what's going to be followed by the later slides. Briefly, we are going to talk about Measure X. The history regarding the proposed Sloat vacation. the California Coastal Commission and their input and conditions that they imposed following their review of an appeal to the Coastal Commission. We'll talk about the lawsuit that was filed by Pacific Grove Coast Watch and also Anthony Ciani. And then finally, we will go to the proposed council actions. Before we leave the overview slide, I want to mention that the report is somewhat lengthy, which I acknowledged. I tried to be thorough in providing the history regarding this project. But I would point out that this was done in an effort to provide. I'm hearing some background. I'm not sure what's causing that. But you're still hearing me okay, Mayor? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So the attachments to the report, there are 16 attachments, but many of these attachments have been available for some of them many years. For example, the Measure X was back in 2016. The actions by the council that were taken in January of 2022, that's been some 2.5 years ago. And the Coastal Commission was one of the more recent actions, and that was in April, so that was some months ago as well. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. All right, Measure X. I don't intend my comments tonight to cover every single point and every single word that's in the agenda report, because that would take us a couple of days. But I am going to hit certainly the highlights and what I think are the important points. However, I am available at the end of this presentation to respond to questions if there's something that has not been covered. So Measure X, this was presented to the voters in April 19th of 2016. And at that election, the voters approved a change to the zoning code to permit a hotel use at the ATC site that did include Sloat Avenue in the measure. And the measure added to the city's codes section 23.31.025. That was the codification of ordinance 16-009. And what that ordinance did was to include boundaries of the district. And as pointed out in the agenda report, those boundaries did include the segment of Sloat Avenue that is contiguous to the ATC site. So that area of Sloat was included within that district, and the uses permitted in that district pursuant to the ordinance and now the city's code included hotel and accessory uses, restaurants, bars, lounges, meetings, parking, buildings, spaces, and structures incidental to that use. So that is all authorized by both Measure X and later incorporated into Ordinance 16-009, and then now it's in your city code. So that's the history. There is a typo on this slide. It says May 16th of 2022. That should read May 16th of 2016 is when that ordinance was adopted. Okay, can we have the next slide, please? All right. Now, in January of 2022, this project was brought to the City Council on an appeal from the Planning Commission. At that time, the City Council adopted 3 resolutions. The first one was Resolution 22-001, which was adopting the findings and certifying the final environmental impact report, which we refer to as the EIR, and the adoption of a mitigation monitoring program. A second resolution that was adopted in January 22 is Resolution 22-002. That resolution approved the coastal development permit, which we refer to as the CDP, and other permits for the ATC project, and also found that the vacation of Sloat is in conformance with the city's general plan. So once the appeal had been made to the city council then had jurisdiction to make a determination with regard to the conformance to the city's general plan, since the planning commission had not approved the project. The next resolution was 22-003. That was a notice of intent to vacate Sloat Avenue from Erdley Avenue to Dewey Avenue. And that also set a public hearing on that. Before you move to the next slide, let me explain that in this process, it's a two-step process. First, you do a notice of intent, which is one that sets the public hearing. So that's step one. And then step two is the public hearing on the actual vacation, which is done through a separate action. All right, next slide, please. A few comments with respect to the history regarding the vacation of Sloat. As I mentioned in my comments a moment ago, you had resolution 22-003, which was the notice of intent to vacate Sloat. That set a public hearing for February 2nd of 2022 to consider what I call the second step, which would be to vacate Sloat. Some city council meetings to consider the vacation of Sloat, but no action was taken at those meetings to do so. And then on May 18th of 2022, there was a resolution to vacate, which was on the agenda. The city council voted to table the resolution to a date uncertain, and the city council took that action to table it. And at that point, I would point out to you that the city council had not yet rendered a decision on the appeal of the CDP for the ATC project. All right, next slide, please. All right, California Coastal Commission. This was the actions that were taken by the city council in January of 2022 with regard to the CDP. That was appealed to the Coastal Commission, and they processed that appeal. There was a staff report that was eventually issued, which is attachment 10, I believe. Yes, attachment 10, the agenda report that you have in front of you. In that staff report, the staff of the Coastal Commission included 5 standard conditions and 16 special conditions, and many of those special conditions had additional conditions within them. And one of the special conditions was condition number 16, which would impose a deed restriction on the property, including that portion of slope from Erdley to Dewey. And that deed restriction, the effect of that is to require compliance with the Coastal Commission conditions, and that also includes the city's conditions. Next slide, please. Some more words about the Coastal Commission. There were 2 full pages of the Coastal Commission's report that addressed public parking and public street access. That appears at pages 82 to 83 of the Coastal Commission's report, and they make specific reference to special condition number 4, which requires a public access management plan. And special condition 4 requires that 20 spaces in the public lot be free for 6 hours a day, subject to a 3-hour maximum stay for any one vehicle. And ADA spaces are Can I get the next slide? Thank you. So this is a continuation of the discussion that I was just presenting with respect to after the Coastal Commission reviewed the issue of public parking and public street access. At page 83, they said this, and I'll read it. It's not that long. It says, as proposed and as conditioned, the project meets the LCP's requirements for public view and public access protection and provision overall, as well as the specific directives for this specific site. It also adequately mitigates for the project's impacts to public streets. The end result is a project that should be a measurable improvement over the status quo and one worthy of this prime coastal setting. All right, next slide. Here is the conclusion to the Coastal Commission's report. And I'm going to take the time to read it because I think it's important to provide perspective as to what the Coastal Commission's determinations were and what their conclusion was. So here's what they said. The Commission's review, analysis, and decision-making process for CDPs and CDP amendments has been certified by the Secretary of the Natural Resources Agency as being the functional equivalent of the environmental review required by CEQA, CCR section 15251F. Accordingly, in fulfilling that review, this report has analyzed the relevant coastal resource issues with the proposal, has addressed comments received, and has identified appropriate and necessary modifications to address adverse impacts to such coastal resources. The Commission finds that only as modified and conditioned herein will the proposed project avoid significant adverse effects on the environment within the meaning of CEQA. Thus, the proposed project as modified will not result in any significant environmental effects for which feasible mitigation measures have not been employed, consistent with CEQA section 21080.5D2A. End of quote. Next slide, please. The council will recall that after the staff report was issued by the Coastal Commission, that report was brought to the council at your meeting on April 3rd of 2024. And Mr. Peralt, the interim city manager at that time, did prepare a report, and included within that report was a description of because this project was revised as it went through the Coastal Commission process. So you can see what the 9 revisions are that were mentioned in that agenda report about the room reduction size 225 to 206, the reduction in size of the total square footage, reduction in retail space, adding a new public park and planned viewing area, direct access to a rooftop green area, a public restroom, the reduced scope. This is the water supply concern, providing low-cost rooms for 18 rooms, and then construction of a 16-unit, 64-bed wing with 300 bed nights reserved for use by certain special needs youth groups. And that was what was included in that agenda report at that time. Next slide, please. So at the council meeting on April 3 of 2024, the council discussed the Coastal Commission's proposed findings and authorized the mayor to send a letter to the Coastal Commission in support of the revised project. And on April 4th, Mayor Pete, pursuant to that authorization, sent a letter to the Coastal Commission in which he said the city has reviewed the TH15B 4024 report of March 22, 24, containing a revised project description and staff report, substantial issue, and CDP determinations, and supports both the revised project and the commission staff recommendation, end quote. Next slide. Mayor, are you still hearing me okay?
Yes, fine.
All right, just checking. Waiting for the next slide. Thank you. So we're going to talk now about emails that were submitted to the California Coastal Commission. City Manager Matt Mogensen, he sent an email to the California Coastal Commission on September 6th of this year and made reference to special conditions 4D and condition 8 and said in that email, and I'll quote, it says, and this is in the agenda report, I didn't put it in the slide, but what Mr. Mogensen said in that email was, it is our understanding that the CCC has no issues with the city considering the vacation of Sloat as requested by the developer, provided that the developer complies with all the conditions imposed by the city and the conditions, both standard and special, imposed by the Coastal Commission in the report, and with all mitigation measures in the EIR. And then the response from Kevin Kahn, who is the district manager for the Central Coast from the CCC. Here's what he said, quote, to your question, yes, the commission's CDP approval provides the requisite authorization under the Coastal Act and the LCP to use a portion of Sloat Avenue in a different way, i.e. from public street use to hotel use. The findings and conditions you cite below, referencing the email from Mr. Mogensen, provide the justification for doing so, including via mitigation in the Central Avenue parking lot. So from a Coastal Act, LCP, CDP perspective, it's covered in this regard. That said, other non-Coastal Act issues like payment are within the city's discretion to determine, end quote. Okay, can we have the next slide? And before I cover what's on this slide, that email exchange is attachment 14 for anyone who would like to see it. All right, now we're going to talk about the lawsuit that was filed by Pacific Grove Coast Watch and Mr. Ciani. That was filed on February 9th, 2022, after the January 2022 actions by the council. In that lawsuit, there were allegations that the EIR lacked in critical aspects and thus fails to properly analyze the environmental impact of the project. The lawsuit did acknowledge that the project included the city's vacation of Sloat Avenue so as to permit private hotel development on this now public street. So once that lawsuit was filed, the parties agreed to stay, which is basically to pause or to take a time out, pending the results of the appeal of the CDP to the Coastal Commission. So remember that the Coastal Commission took its action on April 11th of 2024. Following that action, dismissal of the lawsuit. So that lawsuit is now been dismissed. Can I have the next slide, please? So there's 3 proposed actions for you to consider this evening. The first one is a motion to adopt a resolution declaring the city's intent to vacate the excess right-of-way located on a portion of Sloat. That's the full resolution is attachment 1. The second action item is a motion to adopt a resolution pursuant to Government Code Section 54221 for exempt surplus property. The full resolution is attachment 2. And then the third action is a proposed uncodified ordinance conditionally ordering vacation of Sloat. And again, that full ordinance would be attachment 3. Next slide, please. Here's what I promised earlier, which was the legal description for Sloat and that portion that is being proposed for vacation. The hashed marks that you see on Sloat is the area to be vacated. In previous council meetings back in 2022, the area that was proposed to be vacated extended all the way to Dewey. However, the current proposal is not to vacate that far, but to vacate to the area you see in the slash marks. So the area between, I think it's lots 11 and 12 and 13, those properties, Sloat adjacent to those properties is not part of this vacation. And the developer either owns or will have access to the ownership or lease of the property contiguous to Sloat Avenue. Sloat is an easement, and so once that's been vacated, then the owners on either side would take up to the center line. So can we have the next slide, please? The proposed ordinance is attachment 3 to the agenda report. That proposed ordinance is conditional, and there are 6 conditions that apply to the before this proposed ordinance takes effect. One is that there must be plans for utility relocation and maintenance. Second, there has to be an agreement for the conveyance of Sloat. That would include a payment by the developer to the city for the vacation of Sloat. Thirdly, the rights of existing property owners in the vicinity of Sloat will be maintained. Third, that pursuant to that agreement that Sloat has been conveyed by the city to the developer. 5, the ordinance is recorded, and 6, the passage of 30 days. So all of those events have to occur prior to this ordinance taking effect. Now, I mentioned the agreement. This agreement is currently being drafted, and the plan is, if it's ready, to have that brought back to the city council at your meeting on October 16th. And as I said, that would include discussion, it would include terms with respect to the price to be paid by the developer to the city for the vacation of Sloat. Let's see, next slide. Okay, let's go back to the last slide. Not ready for questions yet. However, you can certainly ask me now if you want. I believe that check with Mr. Mogensen, but the presentation was going to continue with Karen Vaughn making some comments. So my suggestion would be that maybe we hold off on council questions until after you've heard from Director Vaughn, and then maybe we could take questions at that time. But if you have questions now, you know, I'm available.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Pierrick. Good evening, Mayor Peak and council members. I'm Karen Vaughn, the city's Community Development Director. And the city attorney just asked me to elaborate a little bit further on the general plan consistency determination that the council previously made on the vacation of Sloat Avenue. So as the city attorney mentioned in his presentation, the council previously adopted resolution 22-002, which approved the various project entitlements and made a number of statements of fact and finding of general plan consistency pertaining to the vacation of Sloat Avenue. Regarding questions of circulation and emergency evacuation, those covered in the city's general plan, and the council found the vacation of Sloat Avenue to be consistent with the general plan. So I'm going to show you just a few figures from the city's circulation element and safety element pertaining to Sloat Avenue. So first of all, this is figure 4.2. This is the circulation map of the general plan. And you can see here that Sloat Avenue is not identified as a key vehicular circulation route within the general plan. If you can go to the next one. The next figure will be figure 4-13. This is a pedestrian way figure. And again, Sloat Avenue is not identified as a key pedestrian way within the general plan. This is figure 4-14, and Sloat Avenue is not identified as a key city bikeway in the city's general plan. And then finally, this is figure 10-2, and you can see here that Sloat Avenue is not identified as an evacuation route within the city's general plan. So just to conclude, as you recall, the Planning Commission originally heard the project and denied the project and did not certify the EIR. The applicant appealed to the city council, and the council made the necessary findings in order to approve the project. The council exercised its authority as the hearing body on appeals of planning commission actions, and the council made the general plan consistency determination for the vacation of Sloat Avenue as required by Government Code Section 65402 in the approval of Resolution 22-002 that you adopted in January of 2022. So with that, I'll pass it back to either the city manager or city attorney for any final comments.
Go ahead, Mr.
Well,
Mayor.
I don't have any more final comments, but I'm available for questions.
With some trepidation on a break slightly from a usual protocol and entertain some questions from council right now. Please, let's have this, we're going to have discussion again, go to public comment as usual, come back and we'll have discussion. You can ask more questions then, but if there's anything that you'd like clarified right now that you think the public also would benefit from, I have a couple. So anyone? Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a couple questions regarding the proposed ordinance. And the first one would be recital number 5 that talks about conformity with the general plan. And I'll just read, just quote directly from it. It says, on January 12th, 2022, the City Council heard an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision on the ATC development and reviewed the vacation for conformity with the general plan in accordance with Government Code Section 65402. We received an email that that I'd like to maybe have and I've already sent this to our city attorney, so he's aware it's coming. But I'd like to know whether the requirement that the Planning Commission review this vacation has already been done, and if we are in full compliance with that government code section.
So the answer is you are in full compliance with the all applicable laws with regards to the consistency finding with respect to the general plan. I think you just heard from Director Vaughn on that, and I believe I made some comments about it earlier in my comments during the presentation, that what happened was, as we know, the Planning Commission denied this project. That was appealed to the council. And once the appeal was made, the council had the authority to take whatever actions were necessary with respect to the project, either to support either to affirm the appeal or to deny it and to take action to approve the project. And that's what the council did.
Okay, so just simply by the nature of it being appealed or being denied, this requirement that the Planning Commission issue this report within 40 days isn't a requirement.
That's
because
right.
Okay. Moving on to section 3 of the ordinance, proposed ordinance, section 3D, D as in David. It mentions pursuant to the agreement, which we're going to discuss later, the city's interest in the land underlying the excess right of way has been conveyed from the city to the developer. So what is the instrument that the city will use to convey that? And are we conveying an ownership, or are we simply conveying an interest?
Well, the city's interest is an easement, so we are conveying the interest. And so the agreement will specify the terms under which that conveyance will take place.
Okay, so it's an interest. I heard you mention ownership. So who's going to own the property in the end?
Once the vacation has been completed, then and the escrow has been closed on the transaction, then the owner would be the developer.
Comstock or Foursome?
I think we're still doing the math on that one, Councilmember Coletti. So I'll have to take another look at the agreement and see, you know, which named party is actually going to hold title.
Well, it's kind of just an interesting question because a lot of our public roads aren't necessarily owned by the city per se. We just we hold an interest in them as a public right of way.
Yeah.
I guess the question is, whoever takes ownership, will there be an APN issued and will someone be paying property taxes on this property that will somehow become owned by somebody?
That would be
That's-
that would be my expectation, but I've made a note of your question and I'll see what I can do about having an answer for you when we bring the agreement back.
Well, thank you very much. It's a good report. Thank you.
Perhaps to beat a dead horse on that very point, it's my understanding, Mr. Perrick, if you could confirm, the city does not own the street in fee. We have the city has an easement over the street, which can be transferred to the adjacent property owners. Is that right?
Yes, this process would include, I mean, once you vacate the street, whether you own it in fee or whether you own it as an easement, when you vacate whatever interest you do have in it, and once you've done that, then the property ownership would pass to the adjoining property owners. That's the way it works.
Okay. And if I could have a few words speaking to the use of slope. Now, from a high level, we heard a description of items that are going to change on the ATC project. But from the prior detailed descriptions of the project, has the use of slope as a loading dock for the project been materially changed? The plans to be changed?
I think I would have to defer to city manager or Director Vaughn if they have information on that. I've not taken a deep dive into the plans to be able to answer your question. But I've again made a note of it, and we can be able to respond to you when we come back to you in the future on that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thanks for that question. The vicinity of Sloat that we're looking at tonight, the project plans that we saw in the initial scope and those that went to the Coastal Commission, the changes that were made more on the area of Ocean and Dewey Avenue. They were not made in this general vicinity, so this layout is still the same under what it was originally.
Thank you. Any further questions from council, but still have them later on. So now we'll go out to public comment. There's a podium. Please come forward. If you could come up promptly, that would facilitate us getting through this evening. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Thank you. April of 2016, I voted for
Ms. Haynes, can you speak into the microphone?
Can you start my time again? Thanks. In April of 2016, I voted for Measure X, which rezoned the ATC parcel to allow a hotel. I still believe that a hotel is a better use for that property than the commercial building that is there now. But as a former land use attorney, I have looked through the record and I have been unable to find any finding of consistency by the Planning Commission. So I would just like to make a public records request. Ms. Vaughn, if you could provide that to me tomorrow, I can come up and get a copy. And I would like to see that because I have searched for it and haven't been able to find it. And the other request that I have is in public records, but I would like to, I would appreciate it if the city attorney would provide me his authority for saying that when there was an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to the city council, that equated in some way to a finding of consistency. I'm pretty familiar with that section of the government code, which pertains to general plans. And I haven't found any such authority for that. So I would appreciate if the city attorney would provide me his authority for that statement. And also, Ms. Vaughn, if I could get a copy of the Planning Commission's finding of consistency, because I've looked for it and haven't been able to find it. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one. Oh, is there someone else who wants to speak? Please come forward. Is there anyone else? Okay, we've got 3 people. Great, welcome.
Hi, Mayor, council members. My name is Bill Camp. We've heard tonight that the city and the Coastal Commission have approved this project with lots of mitigations. And the coastal commissioners were especially pleased in this project with the low-cost accommodations that were included. And in their prelude to the vote, they really remarked that at last we found a developer who has the creativity to find a way to do it. So it's been unique among all the projects that they've reviewed. The Coastal Commission was extremely thorough, did a great job, and the vote was 9-1 at that point. The ATC site is a large, decaying, and a difficult renovation challenge. Small projects can't do this job. And in many years, this project has been in progress. I have not heard any viable alternative to this project that could actually work on the site. The CCC noted that Comstock has strongly supported environmental goals. They have brought a creative and attractive design to the site. And as for Sloat, I think Ms. Vaughn pointed out that it is kind of a really quiet backwater of our town. I spent 10 to 15 minutes on it, and not one car passed by it in the middle of a workday many years ago. I believe that along with protection of natural resources, that we can and we must make room for people activities in our town. And please approve the resolution so that we can bring vibrant and productive activities for this key entryway into our city. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mike Becker, residents. There's an old French proverb. You put a frog in a pan with a little water and turn the temperature up 1 degree every day. Eventually, it will be cooked. The frog will never know what happened. Sloat Street, what are we talking about? A street as long as a soccer pitch with a swale, failing storm drain, and a lot of issues regarding ADA. Many nights I've had to babysit that street so it would not flood out the ATC due to the runoff uphill. And we've had many floods in that building. And I think one day we actually knocked on the city's door for help and were shied away. It's your problem. Sloat is a street that's one of those forgotten streets. It's just a little street, and it's just forgotten. And it's always been that way. But there are many ADA issues today for wheelchair access, blockages, width, grades, broken concrete, depressions, upheavals, even around hydrants. Street is raising, the hydrant's dropping. A lot of trip hazards. Trip hazards are very expensive when it comes to litigation. Root damages. A lot of those trees were planted by the city in 1995. And look at them now. They're coming up, raising up, and sprouting out. And even curbs are being pushed out.
This is a street that has a lot of issues, and it would probably be a good idea not to mire into the little things, but it would probably be a benefit that all these issues go away very quickly and get remedied. Lawsuits are very expensive. Thank you very much. This French proverb will disappear now.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, and the public. My name is Mo Ammar. I started working on this project 8 years ago. We collected the signatures to convert the zoning. And I'd just like to add some numbers to the history that's been provided by the staff. That measure passed by almost 60%. And as you've heard from former Mayor Bill Camp, the Coastal Commission approved it 9-1. It wasn't a close vote. The City Council back in 22 approved this project 6-1. And as you've heard, the Coastal Commission has approved the vacation of Sloat. To me and to a lot of the business community, this is an investment. You're investing in your city. You're allowing the developer to have this street so you can enjoy $300,000 a month from the developer. You're not putting any money into it, but they are, and they've already done so. I've lived 3 blocks away from that street for 5 years. I was in the neighborhood daily, practically, especially when the outlets, we had 55 outlets and now we have none. And as a city and as a former Chamber of Commerce, you want a successful business. And business is always based on supply and demand. The demand for our destination is not increasing. The foreign travelers aren't coming. The large conventions and conferences have disappeared. The supply is increasing. As you know, Sand City will be opening a hotel in 2026. And most recently, the city of Seaside announced that there will be a Grand Hyatt, 300 plus rooms by 2027. So to me, there's a sense of urgency here. One thing that I think only 2 council members are aware of is last week, I love the aquarium, appreciate the aquarium. I think it's the best thing on our peninsula. They closed escrow on the largest commercial building on Central, a block away from the hotel at 3.3 million. What does that mean to you? At one point in time, we had 4 businesses in there, all gone. It's going to be an administration office to the aquarium. All future taxes, property taxes, business license is the foundation that bought it. So you'll be getting $15 out of the Marbay Aquarium as a business license application. I want to thank the staff. I want to also thank, more importantly, Bob Comstock and Deborah Geiler, who are with us today. I mean, I'm to a large extent, I'm surprised that they still want to do business with us, but I'm really happy that they are. Please approve the resolution. And the best thing that we can do as a community, businesses, residents, city officials, staff, is get behind the project, get it approved as soon as possible so that we can enjoy the proper streets, the infrastructure, everything that people complained about last night will all be solved by getting this revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Haydu. I'm a resident on the peninsula and a business owner and a taxpayer and a business taxpayer to the city of Pacific Grove. I have a business in the American Tin Cannery. Yes, one of those last remaining people. I have had a business and been paying rent on that business space for almost 20 years, which is no small thing for any small business on the peninsula. And I am here because I'm curious about the vacation of Sloat Street, because that is the entrance to my business. So if the street is closed, there's no way for me to access my business. And I have been preparing for my business to have to move as the hotel project progresses, but I haven't been given very much information. And I haven't been given information, and I haven't heard a date in all of the discussions today with regards to vacating that street, when that would actually happen. So I'm here to ask that that actually be put in the ordinance or in the communication to the public so that we know when that's going to happen. Does that happen 30 days after the ordinance passes? Does it happen 2 years in the future? Is it dependent on when the project starts? We don't know this. And as a business owner who's paying rent to keep a business going while all these changes are happening, I'm quite frankly a little bit surprised that that information hasn't been transparent or forthcoming to me as someone who is probably the most affected by that decision, at least in the short term. I'm not here to argue the merits of the project itself. I don't have a problem with it, quite honestly. And businesses move all the time. Buildings change. I'd love to see that building get renovated and turned into something beautiful. So I'm not here to argue against even vacating Sloat. I'm just asking for clarity on dates. And I'm asking for a little bit more awareness on the part of the city of a small business owner and small business owners in general, because we're talking about big entities and a lot of money and something that would benefit a lot of people in the community. At least that's the way it's being framed. I'm not arguing that, but I'm asking you to also have some awareness around people who are trying to do business right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any virtual public comment?
Yes, we do. We have 6 hands raised right now. Paige, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Paige Viren. I'm the Executive Director for the Sustainable Hospitality and Tourism Management Program at Cal State Monterey Bay. So our students are trained to be leaders in hospitality and tourism. So I respectfully ask that the council approve the staff recommendation to move the project forward. Did that come across?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
The Lawrence and Dimer.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Director Vaughn, is this the same general plan that we're talking about 1989 and that, we have to revise it and update it? This is that general plan that you're saying, figure 4.2, that has our street, and by the way, it is Sloat Avenue, not street, that has no use for emergency pedestrians or bikes. I think maybe that's changed since that time. I see this as a rush job on a city process. This is not Coastal Commission. This is city process. One thing is abundantly clear is that neither the mayor nor any council member resides in the Sloat Avenue neighborhood. This particular mayor and majority council seem to have no problem marginalizing and discriminating against this entrance to Pacific Grove neighborhood and relegating its residents to be second-class citizens. This certainly isn't environmental justice. How exactly are these developers moving along with all the hotel plans that must meet the Coastal Commission requirements and conditions before they can get a CDP? I think this mayor is trying to prematurely rush the vacating of Sloat before the elections in order to appease the developers. The timeline set forth in the agenda report lays out this strategy rather blatantly. At the very least, council must define certain requirements and conditions more than the sixth suggestion to afford Pacific Grove taxpayers some asset protection, unlike previous machinations brought from prior administrations that have imploded spectacularly and cost us grievously. Selling a public right-of-way is a monumental action that affects every citizen, whether they are aware of it at this time or not. We in this neck of the woods, this quiet little neck of the woods, are gravely aware of the consequences. Be careful. Cuidado. Thank you.
Rebecca Lee. Rebecca Lee.
Thank you. I found the unmute button that time. I'm concerned about the unforeseen costs to the city. So it surprised me, and I think we need to get very clear on whether the city owns the land or doesn't own the land, if it's an easement, how that is monetarily dealt with. There was so much development when I lived in San Diego, and suddenly you have these neighborhoods sprouting up with no schools, no ambulances and no close by medical facilities. There's so much that's going to cost the city or the developer. Anthony Ciani wrote you an amazing letter about that, and I just want to second it. This is a prime piece of property. We don't do this every day. We need to go slowly and do it right, and we need to make sure that we're covering ourselves. We don't have the money in our city to make a mistake about this. I'm sorry if I'm cutting out.
Thank you. Christie. Christie. Lisa Ciani.
Thank you. The lack of transparency in this agenda item and the conflicting actions recommended are disturbing. The first recommended motion to adopt a resolution declaring, quote, city's intent to vacate excess right-of-way on Sloat Avenue states you will hold a public hearing for a street vacation required by the state following a 2-week noticing period. The purpose of the hearing on October 16th excuse me, is for council to consider public concerns regarding the proposed vacation of a portion of. However, the title of the resolution already declares the right-of-way to be excess, and the 7th whereas clause states that the right-of-way is no longer needed. If you approve this resolution tonight as it's dated, you will have already made your decision. Yet residents of Sloat and Ocean View Boulevard near there rely on that block of Sloat for egress daily. I live miles away, but use the eastern block of Sloat often to safely access parking on the north side of Ocean View Boulevard and to escape if Ocean View is blocked around ATC. PG has tsunami warning signs along the coast. The state of California's tsunami map shows the area up to Ocean View Boulevard at ATC to be subject to tsunami. PG has no emergency evacuation plan. Building a hotel on top of the Sloat right-of-way instead of bridging over it eliminate an important option for getting off Ocean View Boulevard in the event of flooding there. The second recommendation, motion to adopt a resolution dated today asserting the right-of-way as surplus land is not based on fact. It uses a government code that doesn't apply. The third recommended action is the first reading of an ordinance vacating Sloat, with presumably a second reading on October 2nd, accelerating the street vacation in such a way that negates a meaningful, properly noticed public hearing on October 16th. The decision will have been made, and we'll only hear about the proposed sale price when the October 16th agenda is published. Do council members care that the public's rights are being swept aside? I request that the street vacation process be conducted properly, respecting the public's right to meaningful participation as provided in the state's code prior to an approved ordinance. Having a 2-week notice, public notice period really doesn't allow for meaningful public participation if the if the ordinance has already been voted on and approved. So you're just, I'm sorry, I to sound disrespectful, but I think you're being disrespectful of the public. You're just playing games with us. And this is very disturbing. Thank you.
Kristen?
You need to unmute yourself. Christy?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm Christy Metzner. And as a resident of Pacific Grove, I want to express my continued support for the ATC Hotel project. I've been supporting it since I moved here in early 2021. And I'm really surprised to see it's back on the council agenda. As you know, the Coastal Commission approved the project with a really strong 9-1 vote. January 2022, the council approved a project with a 6-1 vote, which included the development along Sloat Avenue. My request is to move this project forward in alignment with the 2022 City Council vote and the Coastal Commission approval. I urge staff recommendations to approve and continue supporting this beautiful project for our community. Thank you for your time.
Anthony Chiani?
Good evening. In response to the city attorney and the planning director's comments, I want to point out that there is a coastal development permit for the parking on Sloat Avenue, Ocean View, Dewey, and Early Avenue that was adopted in certified in 2004 and amended in 2009. In 2009, the Coastal Commission said the commission approved a CDP amendment to allow the metered parking program to continue indefinitely. You need to resolve that. You cannot vacate a street. You can't get rid of the parking unless you've amended that permit. Moreover, as Inga pointed out, the exhibits by the planning director are from a 1994 general plan. They're out of date. The circumstances, as I just pointed out, have changed. What the Coastal Commission found in 2004, 2009, and 2010 is that this area is attractive worldwide. It brings people from all over the place. It's really, really important. The parking is really important. Sloat Avenue is really important. It's not some benign little vacant place. The Coastal Commission has yet to approve the revised final plans because they haven't been submitted to them. Without the revised final plan to be approved in writing, the final size and use of Sloat Avenue is still subject to speculation. You don't know how big it is. What will the Coastal Commission's condition that requires, as the city attorney said, a coastal access management plan specify to address the proposed changes to the traffic circulation, parking, and pedestrian public access, including Sloat Avenue? Based on 50 years of experience working with property owners, developers, and community groups, I know firsthand the potential benefits of a large-scale development that can bring to the city, but they must be balanced by a project that pays its own way. They must pay for all of the soft and hard costs for the public improvements necessary to accommodate the development. That has not been shown. Have you factored those in to the price and terms and conditions of a negotiations? Performance bonds, indemnification for the city, covenants, conditions, and restrictions. The standard prerequisites, please consider the list that I sent to you of all of the practical requirements that should be implemented and The developer should pay for those. The city, the citizens should not be subsidizing this project. Thank you.
John Merhart.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm John Mirho. I own the property at the corner of Sloat and Dewey. And referring to councilors mentioned previously about ordinance 22-003, it indicated that the entire length of Sloat from Erdley to Dewey was being vacated. Somewhere in this process, it seems that the last 3 parcels that are adjacent to Dewey aren't going to be vacated. I'm concerned about that. So that seems to imply that only the hotel gets to use that piece of Sloat anymore. Between those are parcels 11, 12, and 13. Is this vacation occurring, or the release of the easement, is it actually being purchased by ATC? And is that same privilege being afforded to those adjacent parcels, including the one mine on Dewey and the adjacent one, which is owned by the aquarium?
More hands, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, before we start the council discussion, I'll have a question. Can we get some information from Ms. Jennifer Haydu as to what is the earliest possible, if council approved the vacation of Sloat, what's the earliest possible date that vacation would be finalized or consummated?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we can give you a date. I think we can give you general ideas of just the process of what's going to come ahead. And if this vacation is completed, the next step will be that they're going to go back and complete all their construction drawings, and they're going to start doing all that background stuff they have to do. The actual vacation, and I will rely on the city attorney if I say this incorrectly, but it's there's going to be an escrow account set up. Money will go into the escrow account, and the actual transaction won't happen until those building permits are pulled and they have the grading permits and they're ready to start. If that doesn't ever happen, then the escrow would fall apart and the street would stay under the city's control at that point. So generally, I don't see that happening before next summer sometime at the very earliest. And we can ask the development team who's here as well if they see that in a different timeline. But and I'm glad you did flag her comments. I would also say that, speaking with the managers of the ATC today would probably be a good idea to get a little more information on access and control and the way things will work during construction phasing.
I understand that concern. However, it's just time. I mean, I'm favorable to this. As I listen to this, and I am aware of the Comstocks as well, and I thank them for hanging in there with us as a city. It's been going on for a long time. My concern, not regarding this project, but other projects we may have coming for affordable housing, where we need to put it on city property. Same thing. I mean, it might be a parking lot, it might be a street that we're going to have to be dealing with. So I'm glad we're hearing all of this now so we know how to handle it. I have observed Sloat Avenue on several occasions, and there's literally not a single car. There's not a single person walking on it. And there was a comment about the parking meters, and it's my understanding they will remain on Erdley. So again, not a single car parked on Sloat. I have photos of it, so they're not getting any revenue from those parking meters, and yet we do still have them on Erdley. I just think we need to move forward, so I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also in favor of it. I had quite a few comments to make, but Mr. Pierrick, you did a great job of following the logistics and how far this project has been through. I am for this, and we're losing. The city of Pacific Grove is probably losing approximately $300,000 a month on TOT taxes and sales tax, and I think that's important. In the long run, this is going to be great. I had a lot of comments, but Dr. Page, who sent a great email, and I wanted to bring up the fact that they have students in their hospitality industry, and they're looking forward to getting some of the skills the students are developing to support this project. And we can't forget about the students, that the impact this project will also have on employment also. So I am in favor of this also.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. We've heard a couple comments about the developer hanging in there and then lost revenue or projected revenue, as if somehow that falls on us. Well, in a way it does, but it also falls on all those involved who were telling us this thing was ready for prime time. We heard of the parable of the boiling frog. Well, in this case, this development project's more about the parable of the lazy donkey who tries to outsmart his master by avoiding the due diligence, the work that had to be done. And that's why this project is 2 years behind, is because we didn't follow the guidance we were given by the Coastal Commission. We were sent 3 letters that explicitly told us, you are going down the wrong path. And I heard our city attorney mention that this was appealed to the Coastal Commission. It's not quite true. 2 coastal commissioners appealed the project, Escalante and Hart, because we did not listen to the Coastal Commission. So I think if there's going to be a lesson learned, it's about the parable of the lazy donkey. So I would like to move on and talk about the CDP. Well, first, let's talk about the structure of this. There's a lot of mitigation measures in the EIR. They have to be followed. The conditions in the use permit, they have to be followed. The conditions in the use in the CDP, the coastal development permit, they have to be followed. And now we're talking about an agreement that is basically subject to the vacation of this property, which is outlined in this proposed ordinance. So as I understand it, this ordinance basically is just encapsulating an agreement that will have to be developed within 90 days of the adoption of the ordinance. And there are still things that can be placed into that agreement. Is that kind of a fair estimate of what we're talking about here, Mr. Mogeson?
Thanks, Mr. Coletti. I will ask that our city attorney help me with this one because he's deep into the agreement already and drafting that.
Sure.
But I believe these 2 documents have some distinct differences between them.
Well, I guess, yeah. Right. Yeah, I guess the question, Mr. Pierrick, is that we're still kind of and people have talked about how this project has kind of been asked backwards, in that we normally in a development project, you submit plans, everyone gets to see the plans, they're reviewed by the planning commission, et cetera, and they're finalized. We don't have finalized documents in this case. So we're kind of doing a little bit of a leap of faith in developing an agreement on vacating this property prior to really knowing what the final plans will look like. Although, as the city manager has mentioned, and this This satisfies me to a large extent. The vacation of Sloat will not happen until a building permit has actually been issued. Is that correct? Okay. So, Mr. Pyrick, this agreement that we're talking about within this proposed ordinance and that this agreement still hasn't been finalized. There could be other items that could be potentially of benefit to the residents of the community that could be placed within it. I know attorneys don't like speculating, but in a general sense, the agreement isn't fully formed and there are still items that could potentially be put in it. Is that correct?
Yes, the answer is the agreement is still being drafted and the terms of it would include a compensation to the city for the transfer of the city's interest to the developer and other terms as may be pertinent to the transaction. I wasn't planning on going through what all those terms may or may not be tonight, but we certainly will be prepared to do so at the appropriate time.
Right, thank you. I just want to give the public an understanding that this agreement is kind of a basket that can still have items put in it in considering and including items for consideration. And I know that's going to be getting developed. I know I certainly am keen to understand some items that might go into it. As regards the meter parking and the CDP, is that relevant to how this agreement, as a term of this agreement, how have you looked at that, and what's the expectation for dealing with that CDP for metered parking along, at least along the portion that's going to be vacated?
I think the city manager or Director Vaughn have input on that question, Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, council member. So the city does have an approved CDP for metered parking and for some time restricted parking down in that area. That was approved in 2004. It was amended in 2009 and further amended in 2012. The Coastal Commission's approval of the ATC project did not have any requirement for the city to go back and have that CDP amended, nor was there any contingency upon the applicant to have the city do that. The Coastal Commission's approval of the ATC project allows for the removal of those metered spaces and then the relocation of spaces up into the Central Avenue parking lot. So I don't believe that the Coastal Commission's intent is to force the city to come and ask for an approval of something that they have already approved.
Is that one of those questions we're assuming that's what they would say?
We can certainly confirm with them.
Okay. And sometimes okay, that might be good. And your response, and thank you, segues right into my next question regarding the transfer of these spaces up into the DiMaggio's parking lot is what I call it, 124 Central. So as I understand it, there's an agreement with Mr. Paul, the owner of that property. And by the way, that parking lot was never rezoned as part of Measure X. So it's not explicitly part of the ATC district. But when is that transfer going to happen? I would like to hear maybe from the developers, and this is to the mayor's point, when is this going to actually happen? When will the developer or the contractors actually need to use Sloat Avenue? And at that point, the expectation, I would think, would be that those spaces would then be immediately available up on Central Avenue. And I think that would be a term that we would want in this agreement. So do you have any insight on that, Ms. Vaughn?
I don't have any insight in terms of any specific provisions, but it would seem reasonable and it would seem that the Coastal Commission would expect that any public parking spaces remain open. I don't think that they want the loss of any public parking or public access to the coast during the construction phase.
Right.
So I think our expectation is that those public parking spaces up on the Central Avenue lot would be in place before any construction starts occurring that closes down the Sloat Avenue parking spaces. And I think that is something that would be reasonable. I'll defer, of course, to the city attorney, but it would seem reasonable to have that in an agreement.
Okay, thank you. And I think as part of that, we need to understand the agreement that Comstock or Foursome, I guess it's Foursome, whoever has with the owner of the DiMaggio's parking lot. And what's the term? I mean, maybe it's I don't know what the term is. I mean, it could be like a 20-year term, or we'd need to know explicitly how long that parking lot will be dedicated for this use. And I don't believe I have ever seen any contract or any guarantee that that parking lot will be used for this purpose for this length of time. And maybe the developer can share that at some point. I think that's something that we'd want to include in the agreement as well, at least to have an understanding of what that is. The city shall have the document that provides the length and the use as agreed upon between the owners being Comstock and Foursome and then Mr. Paul. So it's just one of these black boxes. Yeah, we're going to put these parking spaces up there, but no, we don't know what the agreement actually says. So, Mr. Mogeson, do you have some ideas on that?
No great ideas, but I will say that they did provide us a copy of their MOU late today. I haven't had a chance to look at it or read it yet, but we can let you know generally what the terms of that would be. If that's helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as we have a guarantee that, the land will be used for the use that we are actually approving, I don't think that's a problem. I think I have faith in the city manager. I have faith in our community development director. This project again has had a lot of problems, including a civil grand jury report, but I think we are close to actually getting something that will be of benefit to the residents and that has been fully vetted and that has gone through the due diligence that's necessary to develop a project. And ignoring the Coastal Commission was a mistake. Maybe that's a lesson some of us have learned. I do think this agreement should have probably been developed ahead of time before bringing it to council. But as I mentioned, I have faith in our city attorney and our community development director. So I guess we're gonna run them concurrently. We're gonna run the ordinance and then the development of the agreement for the vacation. And I think the city attorney, the city manager, and Ms. Vaughn for their help on this.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. It has been a long time on this project. We've been having hearings for quite a while, and I think my takeaway from, I'm not going to talk too long because we've been up here a while on this issue, but we have followed all the procedures. The city's followed all procedure. There's been public comment from here all the way to the state hearing with the Coastal Commission hearings. There's been a lawsuit actually filed and dismissed related to this development. So it's been tested by the public system. It's been tested well. And at the end of the day, we need to take this step just to move the project forward. And then that's just one step. And then there'll be additional steps that have to be taken under the law. So I'm prepared to move the recommended actions tonight that need to be followed. I will ask the city attorney on item 3 if that's something that we're moving tonight, or are we sticking with 1 and 2 tonight? It's kind of the recommendation to me is it's just unclear to me, but
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
with respect to recommendation number 3, are you recommending that we vote on this proposed uncodified ordinance?
Yes, to tonight, yes. I would move these actions separately. So the notice of intent first, and then the resolution regarding the surplus land, and then get to the ordinance.
Okay, so I will move recommendation one.
And before you vote on that, we would need to insert the hearing date for the public hearing into that resolution in section 5. That would be October 16th of 2024.
We eliminate October 16th, 2024 in section 5.
Yes.
That motion.
You know, go ahead and second that motion.
All right, further discussion, Councilmember Pedori?
I was just going to echo my support for this project. It has been a long time coming, and I every day that we delay this project, I see more use cases that Pacific Grove can benefit from this entire project. It comes down to even yesterday when we had this candidate forum, and it was jam packed. We do not even have a conference in the city to conduct a candidate forum properly. This hotel can provide us the means to get there. So I'm fully supportive of this project and look forward to next steps. Thank you.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you very much, Mr. Pirk, for putting through all the detailed history. I think that was helpful, although it was a very large agenda item. I think it was nice to see the history portrayed. And while I agree that this is a project that will be moving forward, I also think that we have seen missteps in the past that have led to delays. So part of what I want to make sure we do is that we hear the public's concerns and that we do all the due diligence. So I appreciate what's already been discussed has made progress towards that due diligence. And thank you very much to the city manager, CBD director, et cetera, for kind of explaining where we are in that process. So to clarify, Mr. Pirk, this is essentially the first step in a process. So this isn't us making a decision or determination per se. It's setting kind of the stage for us to now have the hearing where we will get that public input. At this time, in parallel, the agreement is being worked on where we'll have a price to discuss, and we will have any additional mitigations that can be discussed at that public hearing. So there's nothing binding about this agreement at all. This is something that just lets us take that next step to move to the next phase. Is that correct?
Well, let me answer that question this way. There's 3 actions before you tonight. With regards to the resolution of intent to vacate, that is merely a statement of intention. It's step 1 of the process. And it sets the public hearing proposed for October 16th of 2024. And the action to vacate would take place if you approve it on October 16th. So tonight is merely a resolution of intent. It is not a resolution to vacate. And then also, since the city's charter requires that property transfers be accomplished by ordinance, that is why you have the ordinance in front of you tonight for a first reading. A first reading of an ordinance is not an adoption of the ordinance. An adoption of the ordinance occurs at the time of the second reading. And then, as you will note and mentioned in my comments, that there are a number of conditions that need to be satisfied in order for that ordinance to become effective. And I read through those in my earlier comments. So I think the best answer I can give you is this is a process, and tonight is part of that process. And then the future council meetings, there would be additional process.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Because in reading all of the materials, in reading all of the emails and responses that have come in, one of the other concerns that I had was, well, 2 really. One, although I recognize that Sloat is not on the city's egress map, it is an important part of the egress map for people who live on Sloat and Dooley. And while those aren't a large number of people in our community, it's very concerning to not have a plan in place. So what I would ask of the city manager is, and maybe the CBD director, is So I know that they've said the EIR has already been done. The circulation plans have been basically approved. But has anything been approved for what we do in case of an emergency for the people who are faced if there is a seawater intrusion onto Ocean View? Will we have a plan in place for the people who live in that vicinity to be able to have egress? We have two one-way streets coming together and being forced down onto Ocean View, and that could be a problem in the future. So will there be a process whereby that is taken into consideration and we have a plan in place for that?
Councilmember, that's a good question. It's a tough question, I guess, to answer outside of what's already been analyzed in the project and what's already been looked at by the Coastal Commission, by City Council, by the people who prepared the EIR and the analysis that went through in the public review period. We will be doing an EIR update, hopefully in the next couple of years. We'll get back into that. And that'll be a time that we look at, some of the circulation again, but this project itself is, it was analyzed in a snapshot time under this general plan. So that won't be applicable at that time. I think that there's probably the way people behave in an emergency versus maybe the actual route drawn on a map. And while that little section is a one-way section, if you probably need to get out of the flood zone, you probably would go the other direction if you felt the need to at that time, if we were in that situation. So I think it's not a simple answer that we can say, we're going to come back to you with this and here's the plan change. I think, again, I think the project has been down somewhat that road and we can't reopen that today based on what's been approved.
Yeah, and I don't think so much it's a matter of it being real, because I understand the EIR and everything has been approved, but I also feel like before we take action, we need to be aware of unintended consequences, and we don't want to ignore the possibility of putting people in danger. And so I'm just saying, I feel like we need to be forward thinking and not forget about the needs of the people who do live there just because there's a small number of them. And so I just really want to have that kind of on the record, that we need to have something where we are addressing the concerns of the people who this will impact in the greatest way. So I just want to, because we're talking about what mitigations we could have. And so to me, something that it seems would be wise to have is something that talks about what we do in the case of an emergency or other issues for the people who live in that vicinity and will be impacted. And then the other one that I had was the ADA parking. And thank you, Mr. Pirk. I spoke with you earlier because another concern I had, everyone has, well, some people have pointed out that there's not specific accessible spaces, disabled spaces on Sloat Avenue. But with a placard, anybody who's disabled can still park on that right of way. Having a friend who we've tried to figure out where to park with a wheelchair, we obviously could not come down safely from the 124 Central Avenue location. And so one of my bigger concerns was making sure we have safety. And Mr. Pirk, can you confirm that my understanding was there will be ADA spaces that they can use free of charge in the garage, and that garage will have safe access to the coastal trail that doesn't require coming down a steep slope?
Well, what I can confirm is that there was going to be a public access plan. I'm looking for the reference to that in the agenda report. As I recall it, there was going to be a public access management plan that was going to be prepared, and I'm assuming that that will address whatever issues need to be addressed. And I know that the Coastal Commission concluded in their report on that issue, and I read that from my earlier presentation about how what they said was, as proposed and as conditioned, the project meets the LCP's requirements for public view and public access protection. And they also did say there would be a public access management plan. That's in special condition number 4. Now, to the extent that there would be any additional improvements related to the ADA, that is going to be what is never the existing conditions from the city, from the Coastal Commission, and any mitigation measures that are in the approved EIR.
Okay, and is that something that we could request added mitigation measures for? Partly because we do have community members who do use that. And so by moving it up to a location where they wouldn't find accessible, we've kind of removed their possibility in some cases because of, loss of spaces in a vicinity that is accessible to people who can't make the trek from Central. Is that something that we could include at a future meeting as part of our city's conditions?
Well, the city's conditions have already been imposed, and that was done in January of 2022. Then you've got the Coastal Commission conditions. The Coastal Commission conditions will be in addition to the city's conditions. And if there's any conflict between the Coastal Commission conditions and the city's conditions, then the Coastal Commission conditions will control. And then the additional mitigation measures would be what is ever included in the EIR and that has been certified. So the answer to your question is that is where the conditions, those are the conditions that would apply. The city's conditions, the Coastal Commission's conditions, and the mitigation measures in the EIR.
Okay, so without knowing what those are, we're not certain that, but it sounds like there could be some ADA that would at least be accessible to members of the community and visitors who aren't able to do the steep hill.
Well, what I would suggest is I'm not sure, perhaps the city manager or our Director Vaughn may have further information on that beyond what I've said.
Yes, if I may, I can add a little to this discussion. I don't believe that there are going to be public ADA parking spaces within the hotel itself, but I would ask the developer is here this evening who can answer that definitively. There are no current existing ADA parking spaces along Sloat Avenue. So the project is not displacing any current existing public ADA spaces. There will be, as you mentioned, Councilmember McDonald, there will be some ADA spaces up in the Central Avenue parking lot, and those will be free of charge all day. The metered parking along Eardley will remain in place, and all of the public parking spaces along Ocean View Boulevard will remain in place. And there is one ADA accessible parking space on the water side of Ocean View Boulevard directly in front of the project site, and that will remain. And then I also just wanted to clarify one comment. City Manager Mogensen had stated an EIR update. I think the intention there was a general plan update. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear on the record.
Okay. So I guess one concern that I would like to see us do something about is, while I recognize there aren't ADA designated spots on Sloat, by the removal of slots and moving them up a hill, even if you put ADA spaces on a hill, it seems illogical to put ADA spaces where people with ADA needs can't actually utilize them to get where they need to go. So I'm guessing that's something that's not lost on everyone, because if you have ADA needs and you're looking at the top of that hill trying to figure out how I get safely down, I just feel that we have a responsibility to not only our citizens but also visitors who come to try and have something for that. And I don't know, you mentioned the developers here and might be able to speak to it. So I don't know if there's any, could I ask a question about whether that will be something that's available so that we know if that's something we need to try, if it is something that we can bring up during the hearing on the 16th, on October 16th.
I would say, Mr. Mayor, if you wanted to ask the developer a couple of questions, that would be.
I'm sorry, I've lost track on where we're going with this. If you want to ask questions on October 16th at the hearing, you can obviously, between now and then, you could provide those questions to staff, to our city attorney, and bring them up before the hearing. Was that
Okay, so since
what
I'm
you were
doing
looking
that
for?
now, let's assume that for the hearing on the 16th, I would like to have that issue brought forward, because while I recognize and appreciate there will be ADA spaces up on Central Avenue, those will not be accessible for people to get to the coastline in many cases. So I would like to have us discuss what options exist for people with ADA needs who can't park up top. That cover it?
Ask a question really quickly of our community development director is, so one of the conditions that Mr. Perrick brought up is that the coastal commission is going to require an access plan, correct? And it's their jurisdiction about access to the coast. So will that access plan cover the questions that are being posed by the council member? Typically.
I don't know that I have an answer to that this evening. I would imagine that the access plan is to ensure public access for the coastal commission. Their concern is public access to the coast and visitor serving amenities. And the project comes out with a net increase of public parking spaces. Now, some of them are being displaced up from Sloat to Central, but there are still all of the parking spaces along Ocean View Boulevard. And I would think that for anyone that has mobility issues, it would make more sense to park along Ocean View Boulevard than even on Sloat, because there's still some slope there that's happening.
And while that would be a brilliant option, those are usually taken up immediately by visitors who arrive early in the morning. So unfortunately, locals often know about Sloat as being a possibility for going on parking, although I've recently seen where every parking spot's taken on that street. So while there may be days where maybe they're not, I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of the fact that even though the Coastal Commission said move them up onto Central Avenue, that's actually, and they may not be that familiar with the street and realize what a slope that is, but I would imagine, and here's the other reason I'm really bringing it up. We don't want an ADA lawsuit because our ADA parking isn't accessible to people with ADA needs. So I'm trying to bring this to the forefront, not only to serve the needs of our community and visitors, to make sure we don't run into problems later because we didn't think it through. And that becomes a challenge we then have to face when we could face it now and provide what people need and be in compliance with the law.
Certainly. Yeah, the concern is understood. I just wanted state that all of the public parking within the coastal zone is in the jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. And again, they made the approval of the ATC project with the relocation of parking spaces off of Sloat and up onto Central. So that was within their jurisdiction to determine where the public access parking spaces should be located. And as per their conditions, that's where they recommended they be placed.
Okay. And so it sounds like what you're telling me is we do not, as a council, have the right to request of the developer that they include some in the garage so that we can continue to have access available. That's
Councilmember McDonald, council has any item being brought forth for approval has the ability to discuss and provide recommendations, which might include some restrictions or requirements. I think that goes for everything that comes before council. So I don't think staff is not going to tell us, no, you can't, unless it's against the law.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to figure out, because I thought I heard them say it's already been decided and we don't have any more say in it. And that's what I'm trying to clarify, just so I know, is there
So
someplace I can go to ask these
from a
questions?
legal standpoint,
Yeah.
could we add more conditions onto the agreement, which would be discussed on the 16th?
Correct.
All right, well, I think our city attorney would probably not want to answer that on the fly.
Okay.
So
that's what I
let's,
thought, yeah.
yeah, so he's heard that. We've heard your concerns.
Okay, right. All right. So I think that those are kind of the main things I had. I do understand that this is the next step in the process. And so we will still have time to address the actual individual concerns. So I think moving it forward moves us in that process so we can get the public input. And then that's where we can decide what mitigations and what the pricing will be. So the public will get the chance to have that input. Thank you.
I want to thank Mr. Perrick for putting all this material together. Obviously, our staff and Ms. Vaughn and Mr. Mogensen have been answering questions. So I appreciate your efforts on that. I want to just speak to a couple of public comments that I heard tonight and also an email. And one was concerning that sort of implying or stating that this was rushed and that the public hasn't had sufficient time for input. And so I went back and I took a look. The Architectural Review Board heard and saw the detailed plans on December 15th, 2020. So that's nearly 4 years ago that kicked off detailed um, public disclosure on the project and allowed for public comment. In regards to some comments from the neighbors on Sloat, so I recognize, so this commercial property is across the street or, you know, a little bit down the street, the next block from a residential area. And this commercial property has not seen, to put it nicely, has not seen much use for many years. It's been very, very quiet. And I'm sure, I would assume the residents in the neighborhood have been happy with that. However, it is a commercial zone and it's obviously construction and a viable, thriving commercial project will have more activity there in forms of traffic and people and things to do actually in this project. That's what our commercial zones are for. And so tonight we've been discussing this vacation of Sloat for quite a few years, and it's gone through several approvals. And so now this is a continuation of the approval process for this project. So with that, I think are we ready to vote on the first motion?
Point of order, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just that the resolution, it's in our errata, so that we would be adopting the resolution as in the errata. Did he mention that already?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, I mentioned the date. It's the date's October 16th, right? And I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
McDonough. Aye. Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmembers Baduri.
Aye.
And Beck.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Right, may I have another motion?
Motion to move recommendation 2 at this time.
Second.
Well, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmembers Coletti.
Aye.
McDonough. Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmembers Baduri.
Aye.
And Beck.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
And now at this time, request the city attorney read the title under recommendation 3.
Yes, I'll do that. And I think there was an errata on the ordinance. I know there was a reference in section 6 to resolution and it should have said ordinance. So whatever the provisions in the errata are that may have made that change. So I can read the ordinance title. This is an uncodified ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacific Grove, conditionally ordering the vacation of excess right-of-way located on Sloat Avenue, accepting and reserving rights for existing and proposed public utility facilities. And the balance of the item, you could move the remaining recommendations for item 3.
I'll go ahead and follow your advice on that one. Thank you. Second.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. No, well, we voted 7-0 for the prior two, so I thought I'd take the risk. Okay, the next item is the amendment for the budget, but it's after 8 o'clock, so let's take a break and return at 8:25.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, so our next item is item 11A. Mr. Mogensen.
Mr. Mayor. This item is being brought back to you because June 3rd was one of my first meetings, and it was also the last meeting where Finance Director and City Council at that meeting took up our budget item. You decided to approve that with no changes, but you requested that we come back in September and discuss some changes to the agenda based on some of the feedback we heard that night. So we've put that together. As we walk through this, you'll see there's some things in there that we didn't talk about that night. Some things that are new that we didn't know about that time. We've also provided some more information on a couple different positions and then given different options. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to our new Administrative Services Director, Fred, and he's going to walk us through the presentation, and then we'll talk a little bit more in depth as we look at numbers.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Good evening, Mayor and fellow council members. So tonight, yeah, as Matt was saying, we're going to give you a little bit of an update to the budget. So let me jump right into it. So as part of the adopted budget for 24-25, it basically, which was adopted in June, it incorporates the city's 35% reserve policy in essence. And so at the time the budget was adopted, it was determined that there were some excess funds over and above that 35% threshold. And as our city manager was saying, basically, council has directed us to come back and kind of propose some potential alternate uses of those funds. So we're going to talk about tonight a couple of different options that the council could potentially do with those surplus funds. I do want to caution the council, obviously, those are preliminary estimates that were adopted in the budget. When we come back with the mid-year report, we'll have more revised, better information on what our year-end numbers were for 23-24, as well as how it's looking for fiscal year 24-25. So one of the things I just wanted to point out, one of the things I did was I kind of looked at our surrounding cities here in the Monterey Peninsula, and we have a good our general fund overall reserve policy at the 35%, but some of our other reserves actually are somewhat lacking in comparison actually to some of our other cities. And let's look at some of our other reserves that we have here right now. So for example, a lot of cities have an insurance internal service fund where they build up reserves to, to allow for payment of claims. We do have some in there. It's not really a lot of money in there. So that's why we wanted to just point this out, that potentially as some of the use of those funds, council could direct us to say, okay, we want you to reallocate some of it for some of these other types of reserves. So, and another thing is our general fund CIP. As you know, if I remember right, our general fund CIP this year is about $2 to $3 million. So we've only built up about $200,000 in there for basically future CIPs. The nice thing about having a capital projects reserve is if you have a major, unknown project that comes up during the year, you don't have a major detrimental impact to the general fund. You can kind of use those reserves to kind of allow as a bridge. Another thing a lot of cities have is basically for their vehicles, such as fire and their other types of vehicles, they build up what's called an internal service fund for replacement of those vehicles. We used to have that, but I think it was kind of blended together with our general fund reserves. So right now we actually don't even have a reserve for that. So that's another consideration. And we also have some other types of equipment funds as well too, that we've built up some reserves, but definitely we could potentially in the future, and it might be as part of next year's budget, consider looking to build up those reserves. One point I also want to bring up as well too, one of the things I've noticed, I've been here a whopping total of 2 weeks, so obviously there's still a lot for me to learn here, but our accounting system we've had for over 30 years. I mean, it's really, and I credit staff tremendously for all the great work they do with it, but we have to do so many workarounds with it. In my last place, we were starting to look at a new accounting system. It's probably going to be in the range of about, over the long term, about at least $1 to $2 million. So it's something that we, may want to consider going forward, starting to build up monies for replacement of that as well too. So that's the first thing out there as a possible scenario. The second thing, as the city manager kind of mentioned earlier, council asked us to look at potentially what it would cost to fund 2 additional positions here at the city. So we costed these out for the 2 positions, one a city forester and one a city engineer. The idea of the city engineer obviously would help to kind of better coordinate, our existing capital projects and some additional ones that are being proposed as well too tonight. So what's up here, we kind of gave you a couple different numbers. The idea is if council was to approve these positions, they probably wouldn't be in place until at least January 1st of each year. So that number that you see for fiscal year 24-25 is about a half year. But we did want to show you the 5-year effect of it because obviously the city, as part of its budget, does a 5-year overall plan. So it's important to know not just the 1-year impact, but the 5-year impact, of hiring new positions in essence. It should be noted too that there would be some cost offset savings to it because right now we're using some contract services for both the basically tree trimming and the engineering services as well. And we're estimating that about $100,000 a year. The other couple things that we talked about internally and staff in doing basically besides those two items was in our police department, because we do have kind of constant vacancies in our positions in our police department, was basically adding what would be called a floating FTE. So in essence, it would allow the chief to kind of officially kind of go temporarily kind of 1 over, which would cover the vacancy, that they're trying to recruit for. The idea, we wouldn't need any additional funds in our budget, to cover that, because in essence, that position would be covered by, the vacancies that we're trying to recruit for. The other thing as well too, we have currently one of our planners right now is allocated about 25% to the city manager's department. They're really not, and Matt might want to elaborate on that a little bit as well too, but they're really not being used in the city manager department. It's primarily being used for community development. So we wanted to kind of restate the budget to reflect what's actually occurring with that position as well too. Again, no net bottom impact on that. It's just kind of a shifting of funding between the two funds, or the two departments, I should say. So the third thing is council had interest in several different additional capital projects to be proposed for fund for this year. So this basically has a listing of those projects, and Dan's here as well too if the council has an interest in kind of going into any detail on kind of the details behind those projects. But you can see if we did all of those, it would cost about $900,000 for fiscal year 24-25. The other thing I just kind of want to point out a couple of little things is, again, a little bit on the caution side. So the 5-year forecast in the budget did not assume any additional positions. So that's a really important point. A lot of good work was done in the 5-year forecast, but typically you do have some growth in positions over time. So it's just something to for council to consider, as they're looking through these options. Another key thing as well too is that it assumes that CalPERS continues to earn its rate of return of 6.8%. I think a lot of the boards probably heard this, but the Fed's starting to lower its, basically its interest rates. That will impact CalPERS rate of return. And the other thing as well too, we've been in a pretty good period of growth during time. And so we may be in for what they're calling kind of a soft landing as a potential recession in the next year or two. So that definitely could impact CalPERS being able to earn the rate of 6.8%. If they don't earn that rate, they basically pass that on to the cities. So what's called our unfunded accrued liability, that annual payment goes up if they don't hit that return each year. And like I said, it assumes steady growth. The 5-year forecast assumes steady growth through 28-29 as well too. So basically, our recommendation is to request the city attorney to read the title of the ordinance, to have a motion to waive the further reading of the ordinance, to introduce and hold the first reading of an ordinance amending the operating and capital budget for the fiscal year 24-25, and direct that the publication of the ordinance will be satisfied by the publication of a summary approved by the city attorney. So one thing I do want to know, we made certain assumptions, and you'll see this in the ordinance, that basically the council wanted us to potentially adopt both the positions and the CIP. Obviously, that's up to council if they want to change, any of those allocations. And Matt, I don't know if you want to add on any comments to that.
No, you did a great job. Thank you, Fred. I guess kind of setting the framework for the discussion tonight was in the projected budget going to this year. We projected that we were about $1.2 million above the 35% reserve level. That was a snapshot guess in time starting the budget year. So if we use that as our initial guiding light, that's the funds that we were thinking about for one-time expenses that we've somewhat projected that the council would want to include in your capital expenditures. With the two positions, those obviously were not included. And, I think we'll feel a lot more confident in all of the numbers, at least at mid-year. At this point, I would just point out that going into this year, I think our revenues and our operating expenditures were probably about pretty close to flat, maybe a couple $100,000 difference. And our expenditures on the bottom line look like they're over $1 million more than our revenues, and that's because we're doing capital projects and we're spending into reserves. So that's from an operational standpoint, that's just a good thing to keep in mind is, we have to continue to grow the revenues to meet these new expenses. And if these two positions are about $500,000 a year, that's just a commitment we need to think about. So with that, we can go back to and take it one thing at a time, if you'd like, the positions, and then the second one being the capital projects, or you could also discuss reserves if you want to put more money aside.
Well, I'll leave it up for council's desire. We'll have to go out public comment, but I mean, we could go over each of the two positions and then all the capital projects right now to hear more discussion on that. Would you like to do that before we go out to public comment, or do you want to wait until then we come back to council discussion and then we can go over the list? What's your pleasure? Okay, if you could give us I think a snapshot, if you could give us a snapshot on the capital projects, that would be helpful.
Mayor Peak, let me just try to clarify what you're requesting. Would you like me to just give an explanation of which each of these projects are?
Yeah, just
Sure.
couple, 3 sentences on each. That's
Of course.
right.
Okay, so we know what the first one is, the sidewalk extension at Lighthouse and Fountain. That's the item that we've talked to numerous times, and that's on the agenda tonight for the Lighthouse extension project, which would incorporate the outdoor dining at Fountain and Lighthouse for $340,000. That exceeds the contract that you could potentially be approving tonight based on this amendment. But this $340,000 also includes engineering oversight during the construction aspects of the project. So hence why this is more than the construction contract approval request. Sidewalk projects, David, Cynics, and that's supposed to be Sunset. That would be the walking path adjacent to Asilomar State Parks and Spyglass Golf Course that would go from the beach up towards the Fishwife and tie in that area. That's been requested a few times on the CIP past few years. So that would create a safe space for pedestrians that then would be moved out of the the bike lane and kind of the vehicle travel lane. It also would provide some funding because that walking path would need to do environmental planning in year 1, implementation year 2. We're estimating that as like $120,000 total. So then we would also have some money for some infill projects, maybe on Cynics, David Avenue, where we could get maybe some of those blocks or half a blocks where there's sidewalk and no sidewalk, then back to sidewalk. We could fill some of those areas in. The housing element modifications, that's really not a CIP. I'd have to kick that over to Matt for maybe a description.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I mentioned there was a couple of one-time expenses we didn't know about. One of them is this housing element modifications. When we went back and we re-looked at all our sites analysis, that work cost us about $100,000. So that's why we need that to finish the project. The POA contract modifications, this was actually the MOU that was approved a couple of meetings ago. So that's the increased cost to this fiscal year for that. Let's see, the contract for the amendment for the demographer, the total cost for that is going to be about closer to $40,000. However, we have $36,000, but we have a $3,000 credit from the work that we already started. So that'll be about $33,000 we didn't know about coming into this year. So those are just things that are not projects, but they're one-time expenses that are new.
And then bouncing back to the butterfly sanctuary fence. So we have that rope fence there that's it's coming to the end of its life. It's had some issues. We would consider putting up like a split rail fence. It's at $75,000 because we will have to do some level of environmental. We'll have to evaluate that once we determine what we're going to do. That is an area where we would have to have monitors, prevailing wages. So we're looking at about $75,000 for that. Pickleball tennis courts resurfacing and sound fencing. We're looking at potentially moving the 4 pickleball courts up to the championship court, which is the elevated court that's closer to, I believe that's Fountain and Gibson, Dnipro, that court that's up there, and then doing sound fencing around that entire court. But while we're in there doing those changes, we think that we should resurface all the courts. There's large cracks in the tennis facility. George Washington Park drainage is simply adding some drainage around the outside or outside the fence, George Washington Park ball field, and then tying that into like a drain kind of outlet area down towards the first baseline backstop. And then ADA access at George Washington Park. This is something that's come up a few times, but formalizing the 2 driveway approaches, the one that's actually on Cynics, closer to the playgrounds, making a ramp and some access with a pathway to the playgrounds, and then doing the same at Alder, where we have a pseudo driveway approach, but formalizing up access. So then somebody with a mobility issue can get to like the left field area where the picnic tables are and enjoy viewing from that location. And those are some of the proposed CIP projects.
Thank you very much. Public comment, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Colleen Goldsmith, Chair of the Rec Commission. And I just wanted to say, I don't know if anybody's been at George Washington Park recently, but there are some new play equipment that's been installed. It's wonderful. I was there last weekend and there were already parents there and children using it, and they were delighted with it. So that was great to see. And I want to thank you, the council, because you funded this several years ago. I want to thank Public Works because they went out and got us some additional monies with grants. So it's a win-win for the city. But the reason I'm here to talk tonight is about the CIP projects that the Rec Commission referred to the city back in the spring. None of them were funded. Tonight, you have an opportunity to fund those, and that is the improvements to the Morrisdale tennis courts and also to George Washington Park. And specifically with George Washington Park, it is the play field, because there's a lot of standing water there, and Pony League uses it, and then they have to reschedule all the players. So please consider those tonight. I'm delighted to see ADA access because that is so badly needed there. I didn't know that was going to be on the list tonight, but with that new accessible playground that we have, we also need the children to be able to get there. And so I don't know if Mr. Go is thinking about asphalt, DG, but something should be done so that kids can access it, their parents can access it, and also for people that want to see the games that are being played. So thank you very much, and thanks to our liaison, Nick Smith, because he's brought this forward too. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Andy Kulik. I'm a resident. I'm on the planning commission, but I'm not speaking for the planning commission today. I'm speaking as a resident. I want to thank the presentation that was made about the finances on the new hires, potential new hires, and I think that's fantastic. The way it was presented, we got a fully burdened number, which we normally don't get. Normally what we get is this is a salary or as a delta from what's already in the budget. To see that it's going to cost us this amount of money over 5 years. If we had gotten that when raise time came, I think the council would have thought twice about that. Because what we got during the raise package was something very small as opposed to what we actually got here, which was a true number that it cost the city. Now, following that, also, we talked about the 6.8% for CalPERS. I believe that the pensions are based on 7.5%, and we're paying the delta for that because CalPERS changed that number. And anything we keep going, we're going to just keep increasing that. And then I believe there was a statement made about we needed money for engineering. I thought we're going to hire this new engineer, so that would save us from some of this engineering on the $340,000. So maybe we wouldn't need to have engineering oversight, because it seems we get a project and then we go out and hire somebody else to engineer and manage the contractor that we have. And having a civil engineer on staff here will help us tremendously, and it will save us money in the long run. And on the ADA access, I think that's a fabulous idea at Washington Park. That was supposed to have done in 2018. There was $25,000 put into the budget in 2018 that was never expended. There is a ramp going up there next to the driveway, and it's just a ramp like you have on the corner curbs, but it goes nowhere. So if we could get something from there to the playground or to the bathroom, and I'm suggesting DG more than concrete to make it more environmentally friendly, make it look like the program park. Somebody may say that it's a maintenance problem, but really it's not. I mean, we went to a dog park in Colorado, and it's on the side of a hill, it's on a mountain, and the way the ramps are built and the DJ path through that, they have no problem there where the ramps are. And it's, you know, it snows and rains a lot more there than it does here. So I would suggest that we do DG, and we also do it down to the ball field. And maybe we need a plan so that we can see what the park really looks like, so that we could have. Also, where the barbecues are, those tables need to be replaced. And also in Mountain View, they have DG around the barbecue. So it's a solid, compacted area. They don't have the foxtails there, and that would be great. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any virtual public comment?
We do not, Mayor.
All right, council discussion. Councilmember Beck looks like she's ready.
Your Honor. I just have one question, and it's not on the list, is Arnett Park. Do we have any ADA plan for that? Because that is a serious problem there.
Yeah, Councilmember Beck, we have had that proposed in the past. As you know, as you may know, we've put in that parking and we created that roadway around to the back that can kind of meets those slope requirements to get to the playground. But to the ball field, we don't have any infrastructure currently. I think it was last year or 2 years ago, we built those steps, and we would have to do a whole ramp adjacent to, we'll call it in the outfield, right field area, but adjacent to the roadway that would go up near those ramp or those steps. We've looked at it and we discussed it, but we don't have a budget currently for it.
Okay, was there an idea on the cost to do something like that? Just off the top of your head?
I would say it would probably be very similar to what we're looking at with George Washington Park in the $25,000 range to do the concrete and the forming and the clearing of the grounds to make that happen.
Okay, thank you, because I know that is definitely a park that, I know the ADA parking is there. However, anyone in a wheelchair is not able to access the ball field from there. So, thank you. I would be in favor of the proposed budget, and then also adding the city forester and city engineer as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Clay.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've got a couple of questions about this, the proposed projects list as well. Did you mention that the pickleball tennis court resurfacing is going to be for the entire area, Dan?
That's correct, Councilmember Coletti. The 47,000. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Fred. The 47,000 includes the restriping of the pickleball courts, the sound fencing, and then resurfacing of the other 4 which would be tennis courts.
Okay.
Crack seal, all that stuff.
Great, great. Yeah, I think that's a great thing to get going on. On sidewalk costs, it kind of is urban legend who pays for the installations of sidewalks. Is the property owner liable for the payments, or is it the city? I mean, how does that work typically? What's
Of course.
what's the policy or vote on that?
Sure, we do have the policy, but the policy is only triggered if the property owner is doing some type of work at the house.
Right.
And I believe the threshold is over like $35,000. So if we're looking at just doing infill, we can't go to a property owner and say, you need to infill here, unless there was like a known issue that got brought before us.
Yeah.
Or they were doing that construction. I think it would be the best interest of the community for the city to maybe initiate those improvements.
Right.
And then the maintenance would fall upon the owner of the property.
Perfect.
I just want to jump in on that point. There is precedent for this action, and it was a number of years ago. Sidewalks were put in on Hillcrest towards the east, and it filled in a gap. Hillcrest being a major pedestrian path to schools, and also David Avenue from I'm thinking on David Avenue, the apartments there behind the liquor store to south of the liquor store and all the way down to Patterson Avenue. Those sidewalks were put in, I don't know, 3-4 years ago.
5 or 6 probably.
5 or 6.
Yeah.
And the city funded those projects.
And we'll be bringing back at your next meeting, it's scheduled for the David Avenue by the schools to be bringing forward the installation of sidewalks there. So we'll be bringing that bid award back at your next meeting.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I'm wondering if there is a policy and where that what that policy actually says. Because I was walking on Pine Avenue just the other day and noticed how it breaks from just, natural to then concrete, then back again. And speaking of concrete, what are you expecting to use as the material for the ADA access into George Washington Park?
I think we would probably start with DG and use like the DG that we can bind. You put like, for lack of a better description, like an Elmer's glue on top of it and it binds it together.
Yeah.
But I think we would probably border it so it stays in place.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, we are kind of in the midst of we've committed to redoing the master plan as part of our council policies. I wouldn't want to see us to go too far afield in making improvements to George Washington Park until that master plan had been, had been developed and then approved. But that seems like a reasonable, at least to me, it seems like a reasonable project. It is still a forested area though, so that's a consideration on that as well. And we even looked at some permeable material as part of, well, let's not get into the weeds on it, but you surrounded some of the cityscape trees with a permeable material, and I don't know if that is probably not hard enough, but at any rate, there are some options for that, being that it is a wooded park. I'm all for this, and I think Mr. Kubica, for the point he raised, when you see the fully burdened costs, it does give one pause, but you have to have the people available to do the work. We can have a mountain of policies and plans and documents on how we want to do things, but if we don't have the people to do the work, there's just, there's no point. And I also agree that, and this is more commentary, but when we do bring budget or especially salary adjustments before council, that includes a fully burdened number, including the potential projected or forecasted UAL that is going to come with, those salary increases. And we did a study, just to let you know, Fred, about a year ago. We hired Foster and Foster to look at basically how our UAL is structured for our miscellaneous and safety plans. And it was a really good report. And I'd like to leverage off of that kind of deep dive analysis when we have, these salary increases coming before us, or anything that would affect a pension.
What we could do kind of going forward in the future, and that's something I can work with Letitia, and Matt on, but like the city is really good here in doing a 5-year forecast. And so like when we come in the future to the council with any proposed, salary adjustments, we can talk about not only like the next year's impact, but the 5-year impact as well
Right.
too.
That's great.
And like you mentioned, we'll mention fully, not just the salary effect, but obviously there's benefits effect from PERS and other related items.
Right.
So
Thank you. Well, I think this is great. I'm all for it.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I'm in favor of this. I think I think it's great that we're doing these rec related. The pickleball, obviously that's something we have to address, continue to hear about it. It's been going on for 5 years. So I'm glad we had to see that here. The drainage issues with the storms we've been taking on the last few years, I think it's a great idea on the ADA, all of it. The sidewalk projects, I kind of want to drill down on that a little bit because the infill of the sidewalks on Cynics has kind of been something that I've been talking about for 8 years with other council members, and we've discussed it. And the 175. So I just want to kind of dig into that. There was something about, I know you spoke mostly about the Sunset one, but I think that I'm not sure of this, but there a jurisdictional issue. I mean, it's the beach and over there on Sunset, whereas some of these other projects, I don't know. I'm just kind of trying to figure that out. What you're planning there on with the 3 different items.
Councilmember Smith, we would build a walking path along Sunset, like I stated, from Asilomar State Beach up to where that parking is just north of the Fishwife, if you can recall, because that's kind of where the trail picks up, and there's all a trail that then goes down into the Pebble Beach and connects with their boardwalks. We would join right there. That's our jurisdiction. From the preliminary maps I've reviewed, we have about a 5 to 10 foot buffer within our right of way. So we have the travel lane, we have that bike lane, the designated bike lane, and then we have like a 5 to 10 foot shoulder that the city maintains where we could go ahead and put just a DG walking path, something similar to that right there. I wouldn't do concrete or anything.
Okay, and then when it seems like most of the 175 though would have to go towards something like that as opposed to Cynics and the infill projects. Is that kind of what you're thinking, or?
In the initial CIP that we presented back prior to the budget in May timeframe, we only were requesting about $20,000 to $25,000 towards the Sunset project for this year because it is in the coastal zone and we would have to do some type of environmental review. So let's get that done first. Let's map the project. Let's plan it out. Let's get that environmental review done. We can get a true engineer's estimate and then bring that back for consideration in a future year for implementation. And then we could use the remaining fund for any of those infill projects.
That sounds good. I'm obviously stumping for the infill on Cynics. I think the kids there's a lot of kids that walk in there and go to the middle school and the high school. So that'd be great to see that. So I'm fully in favor of this.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I actually, I'm really appreciative of you bringing these forward and giving us a really good analysis in favor of all the projects. And I appreciate, Mr. Go, you explaining the project a bit more on the sidewalk projects and being an opportunity to fill those in with DG, because there are a lot of people who walk from that area. So I think that would be a great safety improvement rather than having them kind of out into the street and then cars who may or may not be paying attention. So I really appreciate us bringing that forward as well. And just to clarify, we have items 1 and 2. So the plan tonight is that we are allocating the budget both for the 2 positions, which I fully support, because I'm also in the opinion that the investment that we make in this will make the city stronger. And so I think that that's a really important investment in our future as a city. So I think that that's a great idea. And so the budget that we're talking about would cover, I guess what I just want to clarify, we don't have to pick and choose the projects currently. It's set up for us to include the positions and these proposed projects, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's going to cover your first year. As we get into the mid-year budget, we'll start doing some forecasting for next year and then, making the new personnel expenses line up as well.
Okay, and I guess that's actually, thank you for reframing my question better, because yes, we're looking at half-year budgets. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was sustainable. In order to sustain it, we don't need to choose between the projects. We can go through and do this, and that way we're getting them all moved forward while we have, before costs might increase. Because I like that a lot of these are safety, ADA access, and recreation, because I think that these all really serve both our community and the tourists. So I appreciate that. You had mentioned, and I wanted to just kind of loop back around to the idea of bringing some funds that we could maybe add to that other cities have done that we don't. So one thing I think would be interesting is to maybe get some information at a future meeting where we find out what are some recommendations we could be doing. And I know my understanding, which might not be 100% clear on this, is we just kind of throw everything into one pot in the general fund. So I don't know if that's how we handle things, or if it would be wise to put some separate, pieces of the pie away for that. But that might be something that would be interesting for us to bring back in a future meeting. And thank you for bringing that forward.
And yeah, I talked about this with the city man. Oh, sorry. I talked about this with the city manager as well too. What we're thinking is basically as part of the 25-26 budget, we'll come back to the council with some ideas basically. And what we want to do too is kind of compare us versus our surrounding cities, in the policy. And we thought that'd just be the best time to kind of do that. But we just wanted to kind of give you a heads up as to kind of snapshot as to where we are right now. So
Okay, much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Lori.
Thank you, Mayor. And welcome, Mr. Marsh, thank you for your first presentation. I must say that the city manager is not that new as well, less than 6 months old. So I really look forward to you and the city manager bringing whatever your perspectives are from your previous background and see what we can do here to make things better for the city. So you have some good ideas. Hopefully we'll look into those as we tackle next year's budget. I did want to ask a few questions. Don't get me wrong, but I'm supportive of city forester. I'm supportive of city engineer. It all looks good. I think one of the concerns that I've always felt from the community come up is hiring more, and this is where I am with this too, is hiring more resources for the city essentially is contributing to our unfunded liability, kind of like an end goal of the unfunded liability. We want to decrease our unfunded liability. The more resources we hire, we're actually contributing to increase that unfunded liability. So my question really is your opinion on, is it better to really hire new staff, or is it better that the city actually hire consultants? And I know like some consultants don't necessarily work out for the city, so there's always an opportunity to hire somebody new. But what is your thought process on one versus the other?
Thanks, Councilmember Pedori. I think it's a situation you really look at it as it comes, kind of one at a time. One thing I would say about adding to our unfunded liability is, since PEPRA, the whole idea is that new employees that come on are not creating the same unfunded liability. So as time goes on, that gets smaller. There are a lot more PEPRA employees, and I noticed in our demographics last year that we are starting to build a little bit of that. So we need to keep an eye on it and probably think about that next year in the budget. But it can be, I think it's specific to it. And one of the things I do want to, not be a wet blanket about it all, but there's, I've heard some comments made about if we get a city engineer, we're not going to need to fund any engineering services outside anymore. And I think that's probably not going to be the case as we go forward. There's going to be other reasons that we need contract engineers between going out and getting a project estimated, inspected, and bid by an outside engineer. That's a step in the process every time. There's several different types of engineers. Civil engineers don't do all the work. There's going to still probably need some kind of a contract line item for that. And we will, work work to keep that down. There's also going to be a little bit of a reduction in the costs of general fund because some projects come with grant funding, and we'll be able to charge some of the engineers time to that grant funding. So as we actually get into this budgeting, some of those numbers will ebb and flow a bit. So to answer your question, I think that, a city our size, sometimes, you'll see a model where you have more contractors and less staff. And I think things that have changed around that model make it harder today is PERS doesn't like that. So they made it more difficult on us to have contractors that come and sit in an office and act like an employee. So I think what we probably want to get to is a state where we feel confident that we have the right experts in the right place, and then they get the outside help to fill in around them. And then, so staying lean like we are today, because as we talked about, is you add $500,000 to your budget, that's a lot of revenue we have to make up. And in our town, we're looking at some, hotels in the future, but we don't have that money yet. We're also looking at 29, some of the PERS, not the PERS costs, but the pension bond falling off. So that's going to make some improvements. But we want to keep our eye on the 5-year projections at the minimum. And, so I think as these things come up and we find the need, we'll probably just need to take it one at a time and really analyze whether we want to bring somebody on.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that expression. I think we just need to keep a close eye on how this unfolds, as you were saying, because I'm skeptical about adding staff and the unfunded liability. I know the PEPRA kind of process, etc., but still, it's an unknown, and anytime you add to the unknown, it just increases the risk. But I'm supportive of the positions. I think the city in general does need these positions. That's what I've been hearing all this time, and I think this will help make the city better in general. So that's one, and then the other thing I had was I'm really appreciative of the fact that the staff has taken, I would say, consideration into a little bit of everything that the council has desired to come up with these one-time projects, and so that's great. And so my question is, so obviously I'm at odds with the sidewalk extension project in general, but I get a sense that we're moving forward with that, so I'm going to be supporting that. The question I had was the sidewalk extension has 340,000 here. In another agenda item, we have it as 242,000 for something for the contractor. So there's quite a bit of delta there to the tune of 100,000. So is that the engineer estimate that was being referred to?
I know the answer to this, but I will let Mr. Go break it down a little bit more. Go for it.
Councilmember Paduri, so yes, we got the bid for the $240,000 and some change. Then we'll have a contingency on top of that $240,000. And then I'm adding in the 15% oversight on top of that $240,000, which comes out to the 340. It's not anticipated that all of that engineer's oversight will be used, but I've got a couple of outside engineers, landscape architects involved with this project. Una, who was here at your last meeting presenting the guidelines, she helped us develop this project. There will be submittals or will be requests for information that will come in from the contractors, and that's what those funds are used for, plus some construction oversight in the field during the actual work.
Okay, and thank you for that. And to Mr. Morganson, your point, technically, if we're looking in the future, this 15% that we're allocating for an engineer is not going to dramatically change with us adding an engineer to our ranks, correct?
I think, and it's going to depend on the project. Smaller projects, I would imagine, we'll be able to do in-house, no problem. Larger projects will still need this outside help to oversee the project and make sure that the work's being done correctly and reports are filed correctly. A lot of times, especially when you're getting grant funding, there's so much more to it than just the project itself. It's all the added extras on top of it.
Okay, very good. So I'm generally supportive of this. I must say, in my 4 years on council, I've never seen us actually dip into the unfunded project list to actually pick something up and actually work on it. So actually that we're actually doing that is demonstrative that we're making some progress on at least knocking some of those things off, because I don't want that list to exist to begin with. So, but I'm looking to see how we can support other initiatives. I know, like, for example, the Lovers Point Pier repair project, et cetera, requires funding. So one of the things that I would encourage us to do in the future is to actually look into projects where we know that we're not going to get any grants and kind of like start putting money towards those projects, like maybe the stormwater improvements and so on, so that in the future, if we have surplus money, we can tackle those accordingly. And final question, and this was asked by Mayor Pro Tem Smith too, is these sidewalk projects, David, Sinex and Sunset, that 175,000 is more like seed money. Is that correct? So over a course of time, we'll be allocating more money towards those sidewalk projects?
Councilmember Paduri, it's anticipated that the Sunset project would need more funding once we got past the initial planning and environmental review. But I think we could move forward with some of these infill projects this current year. We would have our engineering staff go out and map out where the infill needs to take place, use our current standards for development of those plan sets, and then put that out to bid with X amount of dollars associated with that and see how far we could get. That's kind of what I'm anticipating. Let's map out the areas that we need to do and see what the engineer's estimate comes out, and then put that out to bid and see where we get. I think we can get rather far with it. We're gonna have about probably $100 and maybe $20,000 towards that effort.
So the reason I ask is I've not seen many projects being done with $175,000 in amount. So if you're doing 3, that is fantastic. But I mean, I'm expecting this coming back to council at some point with some kind of request. And I just wanted to let the council know, so that's going to happen. But thank you for putting this together, and I'm supportive.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of things. I'll start off with the city forester and city engineer. And I know we're in Pacific Grove, there's no doubt about it, but I have to ask you, Matt, now Marina had some very large projects. I mean, we're out there periodically and we see hotels going up. Did they use outside agency for engineering for that type of project? Do you know?
Well, the structure, yeah, in Marina was, they had a city engineer who was also their public works director, but then basically everything was run by outside project managers and engineers.
Okay, that's fine. The other question is on the sidewalk project on David Avenue through Del Monte Park. Mr. Go, I understood it as when we approved that was going to go past the school, the community school, and the elementary school there, the private school, all the way down. Was I right on that?
Councilmember Emilio, when we brought that forward in concept, we brought it forward in 3 different phases. The first phase was approximately, we estimated at $600,000. I believe Ms. Hallaby will bring that forward at your next meeting, but it's just over 500 and something. And that will get us through the school zone up to about Clark Lane, but sidewalks on both sides.
Okay.
Oh, Clark Lane, I believe it is. Yes.
Okay, that's the David Avenue was, I was concerned of all things driving down here. There's always, you're playing almost dodgeball with the kids walking on one side and there's somebody with a stroller, and it's real dicey with all the traffic. You know that also. The other question I had was, well, just a comment on the pickleball. That I'm on the bond committee on the Pacific Grove Unified School District, and they're going to be putting in pickleball courts. I'm not sure which pickleball courts are going to be putting in, just for the pickleball people out there. There's going to be some pickleball courts at Pacific Grove Unified School District, and I'm not sure which one they're going to go. The other question I had was the sidewalk extension. I'm not real in favor of that. However, I'll go by consensus on that particular item, but the 340, Mr. Goat, that's just for those three restaurants there on Lighthouse, right? Also Wild Fish and Victorian Corner, correct on that?
That's correct. It would build a sidewalk extension that would create outdoor dining for those three establishments.
Then the question is what about, is that approximately, I know it's probably a ballpark figure, but what about the others? Like down at Juice and Java, and then the Red House, is that about gonna, you think 340 per block, or it's hard to say, huh?
It's hard to say. I think each individual location would have to have its own engineering done and evaluated, but I think that we're creating a standard that could be utilized and kind of a standard that we could implement throughout all of our downtown to some extent, especially when these guidelines are approved and used. We're creating the base for what we could do in other parts around town.
Okay, that I know it's probably going to be a lot more going down the block. That's just my opinion. The other one is I'm in supportive of I'm cautious, but I am supportive of the city forester and city engineer. Only because what I've heard that some of the projects, which I understand, you'll have to go outside, get those, if it's a larger project, that city engineer. And the other question I had was maybe if, I don't know if maybe you might be able to answer, Matt, is do you know what the timeline is if we were to say yes on the city forester, yes on the city engineer? How long would it, what's the timeline on hiring? Would you say estimated?
I would say, Councilmember Milo, that's kind of hard to estimate. You know, the forester, I think, is fairly, I know Carmel has one, Monterey has one. I don't know if a lot of other cities around here do. So the competition might be different. I know engineers are really hard to come by right now. And every city's having a really hard time finding engineers. So I think our plan is going to be to nail down the job description, which I think we've already got good headway on, put it out there and start recruiting and do our best. And in the meantime, keep going with the projects that are allocated to us and looking for ways to be more efficient as we go along and get better, I guess, at the same time. So 2 tracks. We don't want to wait. How's that?
Okay, thank you.
It sounds like we've got pretty much council consensus on this item. I did the
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
I heard Councilmember Pedori make a comment. I just want to make sure we're clear on the sidewalk part. I don't think the proposal that we were putting forward is 175 would cover those 3 streets.
I'm going to go over that.
Okay.
Okay. Hold that thought. Okay, thank you. So if I did my math right, the total for the 2 positions and all the projects amounts listed is 1.157 million, which is under the 1.2 million, which is what we're calling the surplus above reserves policy, 35%. So I do.
Yeah, I verified that too. That's correct.
Yeah. So I do want to drill down on the sidewalk projects. So my suggestion, I think you and I are probably heading to the same place. So the David Avenue extension, that be from Patterson Lane south into Del Monte Park. And that's going to be brought forward 3-phase. The first phase is going to be brought forward soon to council, and there's already assigned monies, 600,000 and change. So I think we can take that off this list, right? And then Sunset. So I've heard it was $25,000 for this fiscal year to do some design and to get through CDP. Is that right? 25,000, something like that.
That's correct. That would be with Neil Engineer doing some basic high level work and city staff doing the CDP work and bringing that before the planning commission for the associated approvals.
And so that would be probably this fiscal year. Certainly doesn't sound like anything's going to happen. Not ready for construction tomorrow on this project.
That'd be correct.
Okay. And so that leaves some amount of money, maybe 150,000 to do the infill sidewalks on Cinex. So I think we please Mayor Pro Tem Smith and Councilmember Badori on those sidewalks. I'm looking for some affirmative, yes,
Yes.
because I think they've been
Very much in favor.
champions of those, and Council Member Emilio and I have been champion for the David Avenue sidewalks, and I think then everybody's happy. Maybe. And just a couple of sorry to delay, but a vote on this. There were a lot of comments at the forum last night about people wanting this and that and the other thing. And Councilmember Badori said, come to tonight's meeting and talk about the budget. And where's our audience tonight when we're talking about the budget? There are no shows. Anyhow, and often when we hear talk about the budget, it's we want the city to do more, which means money. But rarely do we ever have people come and say, well, we want you to do more and spend more money, and here's where you can get it. No. That's a little fiscal restraint, and this council and staff show fiscal constraint, and I think it's just been great ever since I've been on council. Been in good shape. In I believe it's 2008, and maybe Councilmember Coletti or Beck can correct me. 2008, we had this start of our financial crisis in Pacific Grove, and the staff was cut in half. Staff used to be almost double what it is today. So, and that's when the fire department was contracted out to Monterey. So Mr. Mogensen's comments about keeping a lean staff and concerns about rising CalPERS obligations ring true to me. Very true.
Just to reinforce your comment, Mayor, the reserve levels were down to about $325,000 at that point. So interesting times.
We turned the corner, and we need to be cautious about raising staff, having the budget for that. So, okay, I'll get off my soapbox, and I think we're ready for a motion.
I'm ready to make the motion, Your Honor. I'll ask the city attorney to read the title of the ordinance.
Yes, I can do that. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacific Grove amending the operating and capital projects budget for fiscal year 2024-25. And what you can do now is make a motion to approve the remaining recommendations.
Okay, I'll move that. Move the recommendations.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, on to the next item, Mr. Mogensen, 12A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To bring this item forward tonight, we've brought back our traffic engineer, Rich Deal, to help us with explaining some of the analysis that he's done and observations he's made at Pine Street. And we'll walk you through that and be here for questions.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is really the second time we're working with Pine Street in front of Robert Downs School. So we'll queue up the PowerPoint, and I'll go through this a little quicker because it is late in the hour. So let me just show you what we had before we made our changes that were approved by council. What you'll see on the top row is Pine Street. From left to right, it's Grand, Fountain, 15th, 14th, and Robert Down School is in the bottom part of that top thing. And what you see is at Fountain Avenue, we used to have an always stop and 2 school crosswalks. Followed just to the right at 15th, we had a crosswalk warning system, and then down further at 13th Street at the other end at Robert Down School, another crosswalk warning system. The pedestrian volumes are listed there. Morning volumes at Fountain were 27 and 1 crosswalk, 29 the other. Afternoon was 12 and 12. 15th Street, we had 44 and 83, and similar numbers down there at 13th. So let's see what the changes we made. We eliminated the always stop at Fountain, and we eliminated the 2 school crosswalks. We consolidated the pedestrian volumes at 15th Street there with a new always stop. And you see the volumes popped up to about 100 in the morning, 107 in the afternoon, and the volumes at 13th Street stayed about the same. We accomplished the goals of consolidating 3 crosswalks, which makes the crossing volume a little heavier and a little more predictable for drivers. Fountain and Pine now operates without marked crosswalks. There's still legal unmarked crosswalks. You can cross there anytime you want, just like the other 28 intersections along Pine Street. So at 15th Street, that new always stop provides positive right-of-way control for the crosswalk. And the crossing guard does a great job really ensuring the safety of pedestrians. However, we did have some challenges. I think what we saw that was a little unsettling was about 7% of the drivers are not stopping for the stop sign. Some were parents picking up kids. I think many of them were conditioned by the old crosswalk warning system. And so we need to do some kind of education to deal with that. But at the same time, there still remains a dual lane threat for pedestrians in that eastbound direction going toward Robert Down from Fountain. And we do have some crosswalk congestion. So this just went over the volumes, same thing, about 7% nonstop. We'll go to the next thing. Yeah, we'll show the video. We have a short little video, couple of seconds. It just shows what kind of errant stops or non-stops that we're seeing. We'll see if we can get it to move smoothly. Yeah, that was quick. So just some, and they're similar to that in other ones. This is the part that I really want to fix is when we have multiple cars on an approach with 2 lanes. I want to make sure both cars are stopping before they enter that crosswalk zone, and that's what we're missing. Let's go to keep going. So here's the extra safety measures I want to do. Eliminate the dual lane threat where one car stops at the crosswalk, but the next car does not. We haven't had any crashes, but this is a new crosswalk, and I really want to make sure this is solid. We want to separate the school drop-off traffic from through traffic just to get the confusion separated off to the right side. We want to create positive interaction between the driver approaching the crosswalk and the pedestrian waiting to cross. In other words, the pedestrian and the driver need to make eye contact so everybody knows what's going to happen. And that's one of the pieces that's hard with a crosswalk that's nearly 70 feet long on a 4-lane street. I mean, we have a local street with local volumes and an elementary school on a highway street. I mean, it's a big wide street. So we want to reduce pedestrian exposure by reducing that crosswalk length. And so they're spending less time in the crosswalk area. And then again, do some education for parents and staff and remove the existing conflict warning signs and put in in pavement red flashing lights. So we have a couple of options and they kind of build on each other. You can do one first and the second one is more of a project. The first option eliminates that dual threat by dropping one lane on the eastbound approach. And it carries the eastbound lane through the school zone to create a school drop-off zone. So let's look at kind of a sketch of that. So the orange basically shows how we would drop a lane and there would be in the eastbound direction, a single lane approaching the stop control at 15. And then once they stop, they would continue through in a single lane all the way past the front of Robert Downs School. So that eliminates the dual threat. On the bottom side or the right side of that orange line, the line will actually be white, but in the graphic, it's orange. That's where the school drop-off zone would go, and we can provide plenty of room for more drop-off activity, but it's better separated. All right, and then let's look at option 2. Same thing, we deal with the dual lane threat. We again carry the single lane through, but we do it in both directions, create the drop-off zone, but we also create curb extensions to place the pedestrian closer to the edge of the parking, which eliminates the visibility obstructions between and gives us positive interaction between drivers and pedestrians. So instead of having the kid standing next to a palm tree, he's in front of the palm tree. And I'll show you a graphic of what that looks like. So the graphic to the left, that's our existing. So if we're standing at the edge of the curb or in the ADA ramp, that's the view. It's a little shorter. By doing a curb extension, we bring the pedestrian out and they have a very long visibility and a good interaction with that driver.
Mayor Peak, real quick, before we go out to public comment, I would like to just say that tonight we've presented a couple options and we're asking the council to have staff go to our Traffic Safety Commission and also the school and really collaborate upon these two options and formulate a project that's going to work for everybody and then bring it back to city council for consideration, whether we do that at mid-year and maybe allocate some funding at that time, or if we opt to do like a temporary project, we can implement it probably with minimal funding, maybe even out of some operation funds, see how it works, and maybe do something in the 24, 25, 26 fiscal year. Thank you.
Do you have public comment? Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Andy Kubica. I'm a resident, a member of the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking for myself today. I was a member of the Traffic Commission years ago, and we did look at some of these items before at that time. We tried to put wiggle bag lights on there with the City Council approved so that there would be more visibility and the drivers would see that this big flashing light would be there. For some reason, due to not being able to do electronics or some other issues, this was brought back to the council by staff and it was eliminated. Now we have this, and I'm not sure. I'm looking at option 1. I don't know whether that's cones, a curb extension, a wall. Is it a temporary issue? Is it cones? Does someone run out there in the morning and do that? Or are we going to funnel people down there 24 hours a day in the middle of the night and hit a curb? I don't know from the con ops that I heard just now. On option 2, I was over there and I know there are people who come down there because they have kids in school. Right now, parents park their cars there. So we're going to have a lane where traffic is going. Now we're going to have a drop-off lane next to the parked cars. Where are the kids going to get out of the drop-off lane and then go between the cars to the school? Or are we going to eliminate that parked lane and the parents are going to have to park around the corner and then walk their kids to the school? All of this is a con ops that should have been discussed before it was brought to council here. And little things like this. So my recommendation is go back to the way it was. Also, the idea that we can people can cross without a crosswalk, making that public knowledge. Most people don't know that. But there are people who are crossing there. When I was there walking my dog the other day, there was a school, a complete class walked all the way to the corner on Fountain after the sign was put out there that said to go the two different directions. There was 2 or 3 teachers and parents. They walked right across where and I know this is an education process. They did not go on 15th Street where the flashing light is. They went to where they were used to going on Fountain. So maybe we should put the crosswalks back, put a wig light there so that people can see that it's a light, because at certain times of the year, you can't see those tiny little LED lights, and be done with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any virtual public comment?
Krista Thomas.
Hi, Christy Italiano Thomas. I live on Fountain and Pine. I'm really frustrated because I was actually on the news yesterday over this, and I talked to the policeman that stands there. I've written. So the other side of this, besides the crosswalk, is the removal of the Pine stop signs. Nobody is addressing, regardless of all this communication, of the lack of visibility to try to make a turn off of Fountain when there's all those parked cars on Pine and those huge trees. I've almost been hit on my e-bike coming from the community center, and my car having to pull out so far to be able to see oncoming because there's no stop signs there anymore. And Andrew was right yesterday. Like I said, I live right here 4 years. Yesterday, all the middle school kids are walking down. They're not going to walk a half a block down to 15th to they're coming from school on Fountain, and they're crossing there. That's a wide street. So again, I don't care if you put crosswalks, those stop signs on that huge of an intersection that is so heavily walked should just be put back. It's too dangerous. And again, please, somebody go drive, come down and try to take a left from Fountain onto Pine when all those cars are parked there and those trees, and see if you can see. Okay, thank you.
Dixie Lane.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Dixie Lane, and I travel the Fountain across Pine Street, I don't know how many times a day, and, once or twice at least, because the gallery is right there on Fountain and Lighthouse. And even last night when I was coming home from the event, I was almost T-boned. And then about 4 days ago, if I hadn't driven up on the sidewalk, and I could have hit, and I just panicked to get out of this crazy person's way that was driving up Fountain. And I guess they're so used to the people on Pine having a stop sign there, but there isn't. So I go to take a left on Fountain, and inches from being T-boned. And that's not even the second time. There is constantly close calls on there. And that's this corridor from Lighthouse to Pine on Fountain. It's very busy because we have that big parking lot here, and it's all the school teachers and staff from the schools park there, all the employees, and there's constantly traffic coming in and out. Plus all the trucks that make deliveries to all these restaurants down here at this end from Victorian Corner and across the street at the Spotted Duck. They come off Lighthouse and park in the middle of the street there on Fountain, and then, make their deliveries and carry on. And not anyone, I don't think, is really, you got to put the stop signs back at Fountain and Pine before somebody gets killed or gets really hurt. It's dangerous. You got to put it back the way it was. It's just much safer. having that traffic stop on Pine Street, because the visibility when you come out of Fountain is like the prior caller said, is the visibility with the parked cars and the trees, no matter which way you turn, is a little iffy. So for all our safety's sake, let's put the stop signs back. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, Sandra. This is Tina Rao. I just wanted to share a quick story. My friends have two kids, one that goes to the middle school, one that goes to Robert Down, and the middle schooler walks down every day to pick up his sister, and then they finish their walk home. On Monday, they almost got hit in the intersection in front of Robert Down. And I want to take this back to Councilmember Beck, who made a great suggestion when this whole thing went sideways with moving the intersection from Fountain to 15th. She made a great point about moving back that limit line at least 8 feet. But right now, these people are stopping so close to the crosswalk and so close to the kids that it's dangerous. And I agree with the previous callers. We need to put the crosswalks back up at Fountain. I think it's just way too dangerous for our kids. So that was really what I had to say. So thank you all very much.
Carmelita Garcia.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you for your service. I have to agree with Mr. Kubica in his statement. That is, just put things back the way they were. I would be very curious, and I think all of you as representatives of the city should also have the same sense of curiosity as to how much has this cost the city. A huge mistake happened. The fact that the Traffic Safety Commission never even got to see these plans, is an error in and of itself. But yeah, it's kind of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I would highly recommend just put everything back the way it was. Thank you.
For the hands, Mayor.
Council discussion, Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't even know where to start on this one. And I have to agree with the callers. If it's not broken, why did we fix it? Years ago, I know there was a grand plan for Pine Avenue, which never materialized. In the first paragraph of the agenda report, it says that we approved this change. However, it was a receive report only. There was not an actual presentation that I was aware of. It was a receive report only. One, I want to thank our law enforcement because they are out there daily. So those are resources that we're using as well, which we should not be. We haven't in the past. And now because of this issue that we have created as a community, we have multiple police officers out there. We have the resource officer out there helping the crossing guard. We have officers now driving around ticketing people, which is nice. I'm glad they're doing that. But again, I remember Rich, our traffic engineer, talking about wigwag lights, and you were against that for us. However, we have them at Lover's Point, and I will tell you, as many times as I utilize that, those people stop like that. The minute we hit that button, they are stopping. So it wasn't broken. Why did we create this? It is a nightmare. And because you saw me walking there that day, and I walk it every day. I know exactly what's going on. And one time, I wish our staff would say, we got it wrong. Let's go back to the way it was. And if we create a wigwag light, and we're only talking about 15th, we need to be talking about 13th as well, because those are smaller children. That's the kindergarten and first grade building. So those children are small. Today, I observed a big tree truck that we utilize. We contract with this company almost hit a mom with a small child. And that was at 13th because the truck was so large and boom, had to slam on its brakes. Again, I think we need more visibility with brighter lights at 13th. I think we need to put the crosswalk back in for our middle school and our residents. Our traffic as well. So stop signs, crosswalks back at Fountain and Pine. And we can certainly keep the two-way stop at 15th Street. But again, the traffic or the crossing guard was here most of the meeting and she left. But she is almost getting clipped on a daily basis. So, you know, it's not safe for anyone. And I think we just need to say, we got it wrong. We're hearing from the public, we're hearing from council. Let's just go back to the way it was. And I see nothing wrong with wig-wag lights. And I think we need to have them at 13th and 15th. That takes care of that problem. Let's put the stop signs back, the crosswalks back for our students who are coming home from the middle school, which was never even thought about. And I'm also disappointed that our school, you know, the district was not approached by all of this over the years of, you know, everybody's been parking the same way on Pine Avenue. So to go to this expense to create the parking lane and doing all of this, to me, it's a waste. Because I see more students walking to school now and trying to ride their bikes to school. But again, it's just not a safety feature we've created. And I think we need to go back to the way it was and maybe with some additional additions of the wig-wag lights. Again, they work at Lovers Point. I think they'd be a great addition at those two intersections. So thank you.
Councilmember Flemming.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I totally concur. I think we just reset. It happens. Sometimes you go down you go down an alley and you need to backtrack. We put wig-wag lights at 19th across Sunset too, as a result of Coach Chamberlain's death. And Sunset is a 4-lane road as well. Now, bulb outs might be an okay, idea to do, to shorten the distance, but I think we reset this. We put wig-wag lights, just like Councilmember Beck said. That's what council approved originally. We did change it through a consent agenda item that did not have a hearing. But now we need to reset that. And we've created a can of worms here. And when you're coming into that intersection now, I mean, it looks like a carnival. I mean, you've got all these lights and contraptions and, stop signs in the middle of the road. It's not working. So let's fix it and use something that works at the high school as far as crossing Sunset at 19th. And we just implement that at 15th and 13th.
So obviously this is the second time recently that this issue has come up and there's a number of complaints and different options on how this school crossings, pedestrian crossings in front of Robert Down could be handled. And I've heard complaints that we didn't get enough public feedback. So I'm good with this staff recommendation, which is to go bring this back to the Traffic Safety Commission and the Pacific Grove Unified School District and get further input. Last meeting, I thought I heard that, there needed to be more public input. Let's get it right. Let's get all the input from all interested parties. That's what my understanding, that's what the staff recommendation is. So I fully support the staff recommendation. Further discussion, Councilmember Pedori.
Yeah, so I would support the staff recommendation, but I want to make a couple of points here. So we are hearing actual complaints coming in, and I just wanted to ask, can we have more stop signs here? Just generally, we already have some stop signs. Can we install more stop signs here as was there before? What is stopping us from doing that?
Put in more stop signs. The only disadvantage is what we saw that generated this move originally, which was very low compliance to the Always Stop at Fountain and Pine. And Pine Street has a low volume. It's a local street. It's on a 4-lane road. And there's, for the driver, it's great visibility. It's long, straight street, big and wide. And it makes it easy to cruise through stop sign and keep going. But we also had so many school signs up because each uncontrolled school crosswalk requires 3 warning signs, big, huge yellow ones, that the stop sign itself at Fountain just was getting missed in a sea of yellow signs. So yes, we can put it back. One of the options can be revert it back to exactly the way it was. We could change it to, one of the options could be put in the wigwag lights. The secret is finding the balance between drivers being able to negotiate it clearly and simply, see pedestrians, and not make them frustrated with too many stop signs. So we could put a stop sign at every single intersection. That would probably overkill it. Having one stop sign right there at 15th works great for the pedestrians because it gives you really solid control. We could put the stop signs back at Fountain also. I mean, there's a lot of different choices, but no matter what we do, we've got to improve that visibility for pedestrians and drivers to interact. So we'll add those options in. First option when we go to a traffic safety committee is revert it back to the original case. And second option, well, we'll have a bunch of different options that we can work through. But know that none of these intersections meet any always stop control warrants. It's just that stop sign in front of the school that is there for school kid crossing. And so what I saw is when I went out there is junior high kids would cross at 15th using the crossing guard and they go down a black and up. Do we still have junior high kids crossing at Fountain? Yeah, it's still a legal unmarked crosswalk and they cross there. I saw them stop, look, when it was clear, they go across, and it works for residents too. And so I agree. Let's let the traffic safety committee look at a bunch of different options, and we'll start with the very first one is let's revert it back to the way it was.
And for my benefit, installing stop signs, how long does that take? Is this like an overnight kind of thing, or do we have to re-examine, like from an engineering perspective, to put it back on?
Oh, I think we could revert it back if you wanted to. We'll just put it back, reset if that's what the council's desire is.
So all that I'm thinking of is, while we're exploring options, can we have a couple of stop signs in there, which was there previously, so that at least, since we haven't fulfilled the educational component like the way we desired, there are some items coming into play right now. And so if we have those stop signs in the way that they were before, while we're exploring options with traffic safety, et cetera, I think it'll just make it safer for everyone. So that's where I am right now with this, is I'm not discounting us to make it the safest possible approach and collect community feedback. But while we're doing it, can there be a mitigation measure? And that could be a resource that's out there, or it could be these two stop signs. But can we do something in the interim while we're doing it?
So in the interim, put the always stop back at Pine and Fountain and stripe the crosswalks.
And yes, and if we do that, is that like what I'm getting at? Is that something that is achievable soon, or will that be a month-long process? What are your thoughts there? Because if it's a month-long process, we might as well get the discussion done.
We would have to, from a public works standpoint, Rich would have to go out there and lay it out for us so we know where to put the advanced warning signs. Then we would have to go out and implement and mark it. We'd have to probably order the stop signs. We might have them in stock. But that's something, it wouldn't happen this week. Maybe a week after next is something we could look at. My fear is now if we install and then we we've taken away, now we're gonna reinstall, and then there's potential to take them away again in the future if we come up with another project. We're continuing to add confusion to the location. We would put out the big signboards now that says stop at Fountain, so on and so forth, if we were to do that.
Okay, so I think what I'm leaning then towards is we need to have some kind of control measure while we're exploring other options to make this better.
So
That's all that I'm looking for.
additional control at Pine and Fountain to do.
So I don't want to hear comments from anyone saying somebody was almost getting hit. How do we avoid that?
We had those comments at Pine and Fountain before.
And so is this to alleviate those concerns?
Well, go ahead, Councilmember Beck.
No, I was just asking the same thing. So maybe I'm mistaken.
So Councilmember Pedori, so the issue of pedestrian crossing, school kids crossing at Robert Down has been well before recent conversations. It's been happening off and on for years. So the idea is that there was some solution in the past that worked perfectly is not correct.
Okay.
So I don't
All
think
right.
I can promise you that there'll never, ever be a pedestrian accident in the future.
So, okay, so then I would just say, I will go with the staff recommendation. And if there's any way to put some control measure while we're exploring these options, please do so. And I will leave it to you, staff, whatever that is, whether that's a resource on site or whether it's something else. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes, I'm not in agreement with going back to what we had. We did this to address a problem, and it was studied and analyzed and then installed. So at this point, I'm not in favor of going back to anything else based on, what the complaints. I haven't received any complaints through my email as a council member. I've heard some things, but I think that there was a reason why we changed it in the first place. And so to create additional potential liability on the part of the city is what we would be doing by changing course and direction multiple times. So I'm going to support the recommended, because I'd actually like to hear what the school has to say about it and the parents. I think that that would be a good resource. The school will be a good resource for information. And I think it will be information that will be beneficial to our knowledge. So I'd like to get that before, but I'm not in favor right now of going backwards or doing things like that.
Councilmember Emilio.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Smith and the mayor here that I do know I'm the liaison of the Traffic Safety Commission, and I know they would want to be informed. The only other, in regards to Pacific Grove Unified School District, I agree, but I would also put into parentheses to contact the Parents Club or the school site council at Robert Down. They usually are, they're very involved normally at the elementary level. And because I've been there and I know they.
I did speak with the principal.
Oh.
She was very pleased with how the pedestrian crossing was working at the new stop sign.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. It's one of these really hard situations because safety obviously is paramount. And I sort of see it as a two-part issue. There's the issue of the crosswalks and where it's safest for the kids to cross going to school. But then there's also the issue of the stop sign and having people in cars, traffic, having issues being able to get out safely. So what I'm hearing from more people, because I'm not in the loop with a lot of the parents, what I'm hearing more is that the challenges people have, like Christy Thomas pointed out, where and she's not the only one I've heard it from, the people trying to pull out onto Pine, it's become dangerous because people are flying through and it's hard to see them. So my concern and maybe my question is, So I definitely support the idea of getting the feedback. I think it actually makes a lot of sense to find out from the school, from the parents, and really get a bigger picture of what is the best solution. And part of that solution may be having the stop sign and crosswalks again at Pine and Fountain as well. And partly because that improves the driver's expectations and awareness. And when the drivers are less confused, maybe because we didn't in the past, I don't believe, have stop signs at Fountain and Pine as well as 15th and Pine. So I'm wondering if the two together might help slow traffic. It's not so many extra stop signs that it gets overly confusing, but enough that maybe it will have drivers already having stopped, say they're coming west on Pine. If they've already stopped at Fountain and Pine, they're already going slower and maybe are more likely to notice the stop sign at 15th. I do understand the challenge that Mr. Deal pointed out about having to put 3 notices to each crossing, I guess you were saying, for the children. And so one thing we do have to be aware of is having overload of signs and stuff that does then confuse people more. But I think it's a really good idea to get the input to find out what's best, the Traffic Safety Commission, everyone. So I definitely would support the staff recommendation in that regard. And I guess my question would be, I see the challenges with going back and forth and back and forth. We're having a lot of problems though at that Fountain and Pine intersection with the drivers. And so I'm wondering, is there a way to put in temporary stop signs? The answer might be no, but I'm throwing out as a possibility rather than fully engineering them back in. Even if we didn't have the crosswalks right away, because you can cross at any intersection, would at least putting the stop signs back maybe help with the problem? Because people will continue to cross, as we know, at an unmarked crosswalk, but the stop signs might alleviate some of the traffic problem that might be contributing to some of the potential near misses at the 15th and Pine intersection. So I'm just throwing that out there, but I do think it makes sense to get feedback from the various entities that have a stake in it and have more knowledge about it.
Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's interesting. We now want to go to the Traffic Commission. We now want to go to the schools. However, did we do that in the past to talk about eliminating that 4-way stop? And again, I think that 4-way stop is more about our middle school students, and it's not so much focused on Robert Down. So again, I think we're talking about 2 different things. And then I have to say, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm a little disappointed because you're in favor of a roundabout because of how many accidents you've almost had there. And here we're talking about students and staff who's out there who almost gets hit on a daily basis. So it's kind of like safety is our priority. And I don't think that what we've created is, I believe what we've created is an issue. And we are kind of dead set on, well, now we're going to go to the Traffic Commission and now we're going to do this, when it really is not that difficult. And I said this at the last meeting, to go back to putting crosswalks in, even if it's a crosswalk, so the middle school students crossing, and then we can address whatever issues that were happening at 15th. And again, we're not even talking about 13th Street, which is unfortunate. But again, we're talking safety. We're talking students. We're talking about staff. And I did talk to the principal yesterday. I was there for a meeting, and she said you came to talk to her about doing the bulb outs and the drop off and pickup. It wasn't, in my opinion, I didn't hear anything about the safety issue as much as it was the drop off and pickup, which again has always been an issue. This is a completely different issue. It is about crosswalks, and it's not about the drop off and pickup. And I have to say, she's a new principal. I have yet to see her out on Pine Avenue helping the parents drop off, pick up, those type of things, which we have had that in the past. And again, I think we're looking at student safety. We're looking at, which should be our number 1 priority, and our residents as well, who are crossing that. And I appreciate that you want to go to the Traffic Commission now and you want to talk to the school district, but why didn't we do that in the past? And I don't see it's that difficult to paint 2 crosswalks and put 2 stop signs. It was no problem to take it away. I think we should put it back, see how it's working with what we have created at 15th and enhance 13th Street. But again, I think we're missing it on this one. We're really missing it. I think it's okay to say, we missed it. We can still go to the traffic commission if you feel that you need to do that. But I think in the meantime is to create a crosswalk and 2 stop signs again. That's just my opinion. And again, I'm disappointed because, a roundabout is more important because of potential accidents. But again, we're talking young, small children crossing. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Well, I'm just gonna reiterate, we never tested what we originally approved, which is wigwag lights. And I think that's what we should be pursuing. And Councilmember Beck mentions putting them both at 15th and 13th. We're not going, no one's proposing, we just go back to where we were at previously and not make any improvements. The improvements that we approved originally were the installation of wigwag lights, and it didn't happen. And that was the mistake. And that's, I think, what needs to be addressed. So if that, I will tune into the traffic safety committee when this item comes up, if that's the direction council wants to take.
Anyone like to make a motion? Councilmember Emilio.
Yeah, thank you. Make a motion to authorize the staff to discuss options with the Traffic Safety Commission and Pacific Grove Unified School District staff to gain feedback and improvements and subsequently bring it back the options to the city council.
I'll second that. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. Do we have a time frame on how long this process is estimated to take? Because I'm concerned about us not also taking other actions to improve safety if we are having this level of problems, especially if this is going to be a long process. If this is going to come back next council meeting, for example, it might be less of a concern because we have the police support, we have the crossing guard. But if this is going to extend on, I'm very concerned that if we ignore the safety problem we're currently having without doing maybe as Councilmember Beck suggested, having the crosswalk and stop signs back, seeing how those two in conjunction work. I don't want us to kind of drop that aspect of it. What do we do about the immediate safety concerns? I do support this part of the motion, but there's not a part of the motion that addresses kind of the immediacy of the safety issue. And so I just want to make sure we decide something on that front as well.
It sounds like you're directing a question to staff.
Mr. Mayor, I know this is really unorthodox. I know it's late and we all are tired, but I'm wondering if we could have like a 3-minute break just to talk amongst ourselves and maybe have a pitch. Answering the questions about, the safety and everything on the spot are really difficult tonight. But if we have a couple minutes to talk, maybe we can give you a quick solution if that's
Well, I don't
Sure.
think that's a good idea because we're in the middle of deliberation. And then if there's a side conversation between staff and council members, is that what? is
No,
that
my
what you're
suggestion was
suggesting?
among staff, really. Yeah, it wasn't staff to council members. But I understand if
Okay.
you prefer not to do that this hour as well.
Sure. I mean, I'll be happy to entertain, let's take a 5-minute break.
We'll try and keep it under 5.
Okay.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that time. Yeah, we just wanted to make sure that we're kind of understanding all the facts and everything behind it. And so I think, you guys are deliberating still. And, it sounds like the options are, I guess kick it back to the traffic commission and they could say reset to the way we were, or they could say leave it the way it is. But in the meantime, we have our subcommittee meeting with the school district a week from next Monday, and we're talking about safe routes to school. We're bringing in somebody from TAMSI to talk about that. And this is one of the intersection or the street areas that I told the superintendent that we did want to discuss as well. So I think, we'll get those discussions with the school district going right away. But for tonight, for this effort, I guess, we're kind of where we were, which is, the council can make the decision that they wish to, obviously from the dais, but I guess our initial recommendation would be have the traffic commission look at it and decide, do we want to put that stop sign back? Do we want to have 2 stop signs, or take one out, leave them? But I do think, we need to, whatever we do, we have to commit to, and that's the hard part, is that, we can't keep toying with the roadway. I think that's going to add a lot more confusion. So the idea of putting 2 stop signs in a row, I'm sure the issue there is going to be, we're going to get complaints right away from the drivers who are now annoyed with 2 stop signs. So then are you taking the one out at 15th and leaving the one at Fountain is I guess the bigger question, or are you leaving them both and you're going to have, that a different set of complaints and concerns. So I think it's all the different things we're trying to weigh here, and it's getting, like I said, it's getting late, and we don't have a silver bullet.
All right, thank you very much for that. So we've got a motion. Is there further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Beck.
I would just like to make a comment that the parents at both the middle school and Rubber Down be educated and informed of these meetings that are happening, whether it be with the traffic commission or with the school district. I think that's extremely important because there has not been any communication from the Rubber Down site regarding any of these issues.
All right, I think we're ready for a vote. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Amelia,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith,
Aye.
Council members Beck,
Nope.
Coletti,
Aye.
McDonald,
Aye.
Paduri.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right, thank you very much. So Mr. Mogensen, what any consequence is there of delaying the remaining 3 items?
Well, I'd say the last
Besides-
item.
Besides the
yes,
obvious
he's been
inconvenience
waiting
for
the whole time. The 2 contracts are, we don't even need to talk about them if you want to just take motions on them and vote for them. Both of them were dependent on the budget amendments that you approved 2 items ago. So that's why they're on the agenda. The one is for the housing element. And the other one is for the contract for the sidewalk improvements. So you've heard both of those items. We could keep them very short and simple, and you'd be done 3 minutes if you'd like.
Okay. Motion on continuing any items? We need a motion to continue to hear the items tonight, or to continue one or more of the items to a future meeting.
Make a motion to continue the 3 items
And
tonight.
yeah, the language is terrible.
And I will be recusing myself. So thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, the motion is to hear the remaining 3 items tonight,
Correct.
made by Councilmember Beck and seconded by Councilmember Coletti. Any further discussion? We will need to take public comment, by the way. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye. No.
All right, motion carries, 6-1. Councilmember Emilio dissenting. All right, Mr. Mogensen. 12B.
Yeah, the first item is the Lighthouse Sidewalk Extension Project, AKA widening project. I realize we've called it two different things. It's the same thing, you know. This contract, as we said, has been presented to you, or the work at the last meeting, and the council approved us going forward with that. So that's our report.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
I see no one in person and no hands raised online.
Hey, Councilmember Coletti.
Your Honor, I'd like to move recommended action.
Second.
I will make, amend the motion or amended motion and strike authorize city manager to enter, substitute the word approve an agreement.
Mr. Mayor, that's one of the ratas in
Oh,
our
okay.
report tonight is
Okay,
to
great.
approve.
All right, I withdraw my amended motion. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 6-0-1.
Did we get a second on that? I will do the second if I have to.
Oh, yes, we did.
Right here. Okay, okay.
We
Where'd
did.
Luke. Sorry, I'm
Um,
missing it now.
Recused. All right, so is Councilmember Beck gone for the rest of the meeting?
I'm not sure. I think she took all of her stuff.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. All right, on to item 12C. Mr. Mogensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have staff and our outside special counsel on the phone as well for this item if you have questions, but this contract is to finish our housing element. When we went back out and we looked for some new sites, it extended the contract. You'll notice the contract number here is different than what was approved in the budget. And that's because last year we did budget some money. We budgeted about 55,000, I believe. So we're adding 55,000 to the amount that was in the budget amendment earlier tonight. So it comes out to about the 158 total.
Public comment on this item?
No virtual public comment and no in-person, Mayor.
May I hear a motion? Councilmember Cleddy.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes 6-0-1. Councilmember Beck absent. Which brings us to 14A. All right, so we now will hear a Pure Water Monterey presentation. Mr. Scudo, thank you so much for patiently waiting.
I'll try to keep this below an hour. Sorry. So my name is Paul Scudo. I'm the general manager at Monterey One Water, and thank you for the opportunity to provide a very brief update on the Pure Water project and the expansion of it. Can we move to the next slide, please? So just, I think many of you already know this, but it's been a while since I've been before your council. The base Pure Water project, it actually came online in February of 2020. So we're coming up on 5 years of this project being in operation. There's some of the, I won't repeat the numbers and just read that for you, but there's a couple interesting parts. We've been meeting our contractual obligations. We really haven't had any significant downtime. It's been a very successful project, knock on wood, and will continue to be.
I want to point out the cost for our base project was almost $150 million, but of that, we received $39 million in state, federal, and local grants to offset. The remainder of that was actually funded through a state revolving fund loan at 1%. And I will tie this together in future slides. Can we advance one more, please? Thank you. So this just shows for fiscal year 23-24, the production by month. So why do I do that? Number one, it shows you we hit over 3,800 acre feet when our contractual obligation was 3,500 acre feet. So we had stored some in an operational reserve. You'll also note that for the most part, November through March is increased production. The reason that's important is that's when the growing season isn't happening. So in a future slide, you'll see where the demands are for agricultural irrigation for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, and where water is available to further put water into the ground for pure water. Next slide, please. So stepping back for a moment, historically on the peninsula, our water supply, as you see on the left-hand pie there, was 75% the Carmel River and about 25% the Seaside Groundwater Basin. You're all familiar with the cease and desist order, which mandated reduction of taking water off the Carmel River. So when we shift to that pie on the right-hand side, that's sort of the new portfolio, if you will. And it's certainly a diversified portfolio, more so than in the past. Pure water, as you can see, it's over 50% of the potable water demand, but by no means is it the only water supply. We still have Carmel River, Seaside Groundwater Basin, Aquifer Storage and Recovery, as well as the Sand City desal plant. You'll note this is as of next year, so it does not include the proposed Cal-Am desal plant at this point in time. Next slide, please. Thank you. So moving on to pure water expansion, we are expanding the project. We're going from what is 5 million gallons per day up to 7.6 million gallons per day. Like I said, that'll be in the 50% range of the overall portfolio of water supply for our community. We're in the middle of the construction as we speak. We have construction going on at our treatment plant with new treatment skids of membrane filtration and reverse osmosis. And then we also have construction out in Seaside with the injection wells where the water goes into the Seaside Groundwater Basin prior to sitting there for a number of months and being extracted by Cal-Am. About a year from right now, everything should be online. We're expecting first water and testing in those wells by then, and then project closeout by the end of next year. Another point on this slide is just to total up for the expansion, going from 5 million gallons per day up to that 7.6, it's about a $70 million project. So these are expensive projects, but we also were fortunate enough to get about $42 million in grant funds, both state and federal. So in total, the project for 50% of this community's water supply, about $217 million, but $81 million in grant funds. So our legislative advocacy folk and grant people, I think, did a phenomenal job in bringing those type of state and federal funds into our community. Like I mentioned, the SRF loan was at 1%. For this phase, the remainder that isn't grant funded, we have a federal EPA, what's called a WIFIA loan, and it's a little over 4%. So obviously much higher, but we're in a different economic environment than we were in 2018. Next slide, please. So the little bar chart I showed you earlier of like, hey, we push the plant in the wintertime. This is why. That little purple pump, that is the water demands for agricultural irrigation. That is the average of 25 years. That it's really remarkable. That curve is the same. Maybe it shifts a little bit earlier, maybe it shifts a little bit later, depending on how hot it is or the drought season or how much rain, but it stays very consistent. Well, you see Pure Water Monterey, our expansion project is on the outside when we actually have water going out the outfall and being discharged into the marine sanctuary. So it's water that's not being utilized for recycling. So we're just trying to optimize, if you will, all the water that's coming into the plant and discharge as little as we can. There's some production capacity that you see over to the side, and I know we're mixing numbers. I said 1,000,000 gallons earlier, and this is acre feet per day. Oftentimes, I think as a community, we understand acre feet per day from an annual production standpoint, and we've just tried to break it down into a daily, because that's how we look at it, is we need to chunk away at this thing. It's a highly technical engineering term. Chunk away at this every day to make sure we meet our demands, our production for the year. Next slide, please. So the next phase of what we're trying to do at Monterey One Water is become a little more energy independent. Reverse osmosis, the workhorse of our advanced water purification facility, is really energy intensive. It actually increased our energy demand by 136% for our overall treatment plant. So all the wastewater treatment, all the agricultural irrigation treatment, when pure water came online, another 136% of the energy usage. So we're working with our neighbors at the landfill and currently constructing a direct connection from the landfill gas renewable energy to our advanced water purification facility. So we've entered into a power purchase agreement where certainly the landfill will be able to sell it more than they currently are to PG&E, and we'll be buying it for far less. So certainly beneficial to both sets of customer, which are substantially overlapping. In the future, we're going to continue to do things like this, bringing food waste into our digesters, generating more biogas, and either putting or conditioning it and putting it back into the PG&E system as renewable natural gas, or generating more electricity. We're still working on that, but that's sort of the next horizon to try to be more efficient for our community. With that, I think I would be open to any questions that you may have, and I hope that was quick enough.
It was very quick and informative. Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment?
Doesn't look like we have anyone online or in person, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Questions, Councilmember Coletti.
Thanks, Paul. I was wondering about the injection and extraction wells. Are we going to be at capacity as far as meeting what is going to be coming out of the, the advanced treatment plant?
Yes, so great question. I didn't really go into the extraction wells that much. So right now, as we sit here, we have what we're calling 4 deep injection wells, 1,000 feet plus or minus, 2 shallow wells. That is for the 3,500 acre feet or 3,800 acre feet that's going in the ground. We are constructing 2 more deep injection wells. So we'll have a total of 6 of them as of next September. That is enough capacity to inject the additional volume of water, as well as meet state regulations for keeping the water in the ground prior to it hitting Cal-Am's extraction wells. I hope that answers the question.
And Cal-Am has the capacity to do the extraction.
At this point, my understanding is yes, but I also know they're trying to build more wells in the Seaside Basin because now they've shifted their supply from the Carmel River to the preponderance being in the Seaside Basin. So they're trying to bolster their infrastructure as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Paul, for being here. As you know, like we hastened our proceedings to accommodate you. So
Thank you.
But quick question. We talk about expansion for Pure Water Monterey, but isn't this all dependent on the water supply itself? Like, so if there are drought kind of like conditions and they persist, will this expansion still produce the water that you're expecting?
Short answer is yes. So we looked at it obviously multiple ways, but to try to distill it down to something that I think is somewhat simple, if you look at it in a normal year, so when we defined a normal year when there's water in the reservoirs in Nacimiento and San Antonio, and it's being released down the river. In those years, it's absolutely fine. Now we go to 2022, which I think we all know was a millennial drought year. in those type of years or multiple ones of those, we still have wastewater coming into the plant. You know, as a homeowner, I still wash my dishes and wash my clothes. What I'm not doing as much during a drought is watering outside. Well, that water doesn't come to us anyway. So in those drought years, the expansion is fine because in the winter time, there's still not a demand for agricultural irrigation, but the water's still coming to the plant. Where we get a little squeezed is in the summertime, frankly, because there's more demand for agricultural irrigation, and we have a fixed amount of water rights that are contractually obligated. So in that case, if there's a severe drought, we need to get water out to the valley, we have that operational reserve I just mentioned. So currently we have about 2,800 acre feet in the ground. We're going to build that up to 3,850 acre feet. And in those severe drought years, obviously you never know exactly, but the analysis that we've done, we draw about 300 to 400 acre feet out of that reserve, and the water we're not making, we get to the valley so they can continue irrigating in the summertime. So I've heard a lot about the source waters, as you can imagine, and the basic analysis is there's water. Now, if I may, the other thing you may hear is, well, I'm going to generically say the farmers, the Water Resources Agency, have the rights to all the wastewater all year. And that is absolutely true in the agreement. But what the agreement also says, if they don't use it, we can use it, any of it. So until they grow 365 days a year out there and require that demand, that water will be being discharged to the marine sanctuary unless we use it. I've heard, oh, they could take it and clean it and inject it. Well, that's absolutely true as well, but there's a significant cost. All of a sudden, we're looking at $4,000 an acre foot to further treat the water so you can inject it into the Seaside Basin and then extract it later. So it comes down to a price point of what that water is truly worth to the field, if that makes sense.
So that does make sense, and I think we've heard a lot about reserves today. So I think appreciate you jumping in and giving the detailed presentation. At some point, I would like to take a tour of the plant, so maybe that's something that we can consider.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. I would actually invite all of you and your staff, whenever you'd like to come on by, take a tour. We have a demonstration facility as well as the full-size facility, so that would be wonderful. It's a great education tool, and it's very helpful to get that out if you'd like to. And I can, work with Matt to try to schedule something if you'd like.
Councilmember McDonald.
That I would be very interested in seeing the plant because we have a lot of discussion about these things, but I'm somebody who's also visual, and I think seeing how it works, I just have a better conception of, how that impacts us. And I think that would be really, really useful. Thanks.
Great.
I thank you very much for your patience again at
Absolutely.
the late hour and giving us the presentation, your work on our water supply. When is the cease and desist order going to be lifted?
So I don't have an exact day. However, my understanding, and someone had mentioned, as you well know, I think Senator Laird had put together a brief meeting about a month ago to discuss that very topic and when and how we can do it. My understanding is the Water Management District, based on where we're at with our construction schedule and the assurance that we'll have additional water supply in about a year, can start that process later this year or early next year. And what the process is going to the state board and making sure that we as a community meet all the conditions within the cease and desist order. Then it's in the state board's hands to make a decision and come out with it. My understanding, maybe a year, but I can't actually tell you a specific time frame, which I apologize for, because there's so many variables involved.
And you said that in about a year, the Pure Water Monterey expansion will be operational.
Yes.
So about the same time that it's operational, you're expecting the State Water Resources Control Board might lift the CDL?
They very well could. The deputy director from the State Water Resources Control Board that was here at that meeting, he did mention that recycled water supplies are a reliable production for communities. So that's not in question. So it's a matter of just getting it online and having and showing, as Councilmember Peduri asked, do we have provisions for drought years as well as normal years, normal wet weather years, that we can operate this on a continual basis. So, I thought that was a positive statement from him, particularly in a meeting like that, to state it's a reliable source. So I would hope so, but we'll see. And I'm sure if next October rolls around, you're going to drag me back here and go, what happened?
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just
Oh,
thank you for the
good.
presentation, and hopefully you don't have to go to work at 4 a.m.
Tim Smith.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for coming out, Paul. It was a very good presentation. I appreciate it. Always great to work with you on everything.
Thank you. Thank you. And if I may, Matt mentioned to me, he saw at one of our pump stations, Seaside Pump Station today, we had a bit of an incident. So if you see it on the news, I just wanted to inform you all that there was, we have some construction going on. There was a fire that resulted in that road in between the Beach Hotel and the overpass to Costco. That was shut down. We had about 5 fire engines out there. They did have to spray some water on our facilities. The facilities are working fine. We are doing construction and upgrades on that pump station. So we're still conveying wastewater. It's still getting the treatment plant, but just wanted to assuage any concerns you may have when you see it on the news. So
Thank you again.
thank you. Thank you for your time.
And that brings us to the end of our agenda. So thank you to the public that participated, to staff, and of course, my colleagues, everyone. Good night. Meeting adjourned.